Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to Whining On. Today I have Graham Scott, the Silverman, the legendary Silverman. Graham, say a little bit about yourself.
Do I have the correct temperature to do this interview?
You're isolated anyway, mate. You could be on your last legs and we'll go through this interview.
All right, I seem to be at 33.9 degrees. I reckon I'm safe to conduct this interview. Good evening, my name is Silver, but in the last 2 or 3 years, people have started to call me Graham. But anyway, my name's Silver, and I'm a street performer.
Okay. What kind of street performance do you do?
Right. In the continent, just to keep things short and sweet, I would say pantomime. Pantomime means completely different to what the UK people think of pantomime. So if I'm in the UK, I would call myself a mime artist, street theatre, mime artist, physical movement dancer, robotic slow motion dancer.
Excellent. Okay, cool. And I'm just sharing out now, so my attention is drawn in two ways just for the moment. But can you describe your act a little bit? Kind of your contemporary act. What kind of routines do you do?
My routines. That's giving you. You want to know my 3 or 4 big highlights of a show?
Well, you don't have to say them all now. I'll be frankly honest with you, everybody watching. What I'm doing right now while I'm chatting with you is I'm having to share the video to all the different people watching. So I'm kind of in a multitasking nightmare as we speak.
But you're a good man to do that.
Well, must.
Yeah, so basically, when I go out and start a show on a pitch, I'm basically a mime artist, dancer, robotic dancer, and I'll have music, and the first 20
Graham, are you still there? Is it me that's gone? I'm still there, pal. He's got quite a stare, doesn't he? If it's me that's paused, if it's him that's paused. Right, I'm going to finish, but he's still talking on my video. I think we're all right. I think it's me that's pretty paused from sharing these videos. We will only know when the reel hits the press. So I can't tell whether I'm still in or not. So hopefully I am. Let's refresh, reload. So, hey everyone. It appears Graham's not here for the moment. So, first of all, I'll say a little bit of something. I've shared everything now, so I can focus on here. Hopefully, we'll get Graham back in a minute. I'm going to comment on my phone and try and talk to him while we're doing this. I saw Graham for the first time about maybe 10 years ago. I was in Edinburgh. I was with a kind of love interest. We're having a really, really great festival. I sat down to watch this guy because people had told me he was really something. They said, this guy is, phenomenal. And so I sat down, I watched the guy, and the way he moved, the way he body popped, it didn't look like he was human. It was incredible. It looked like his body was made out of, jelly. It was incredible. And so he did all these different routines. He had this beautiful routine where he sat on a chair, turned around, I had my dog with me, and he looked out to the crowd and went, my dog, he's dead. I had a cigarette. I love that dog. Smokes a cigarette a bit more. Then the sad music that was playing changes, and it becomes Bob Marley. And within that Bob Marley music, he starts smoking a joint. It's not a spliff, it's not a cigarette anymore, it's a joint. Starts taking it out to the crowd, looks around, hands it out to a kid. Fucking hilarious. It's the kind of thing you don't see every day. Right, I am now 100% certain I'm flying alone on this interview so far. I don't think we're an interviewer anymore. I'm going to desperately try and call Graham and get him on. It's a process of multitasking. I want to be focused on you guys and be entertaining, But if I don't call him and check what's going on, I'm not going to find out. This is a joy of quarantine. You have no team, just one person in a shitty boat in Mile End trying to coordinate this fucking silly bullshit. How's everyone doing? Is everyone good? Hey, mate, you're offline. Are you coming back on? You're back on. Are you logging back in? Okay, cool. So you're coming through now. Just loaded. Yeah, lovely. Okay, cool, mate. Nice one. I'm going to keep chatting. And he's coming back in now. I'm going to hang up. Nice one, pal. Cheers. Okay, not quite yet. You're still just in my feed. I'm going to feed you through to everyone else's. Oh, you bastard. Drop the light. Feed you through to everyone else. You're coming in 1, 2, and you're here. Welcome back, Graham. So everyone, floor is beginning to the so far.
Hello again for the second time lucky.
Yes, hopefully so.
Hopefully so. And yes, no, could you call me Silver,
now,
please?
We're eye to eye.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Silver, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm one of these people that's, through Facebook started falling into it.
We shall come to that later, or I'll come to it now.
We can come to it later if you like. It's as you want.
It's up to you.
The story's yours.
Shall we?
So let's start at the beginning.
Yes.
Yeah. Why street perform?
Why street perform?
Why street perform? Yeah.
I'm from Edinburgh. I grew up in Edinburgh. So I'm one of those people in Edinburgh up until the age of 21 that paid no attention to the Edinburgh Festival, which may sound strange, but half of Edinburgh are not the biggest fans of the Edinburgh Festival. And as a child, you've heard of people talk about Fringe Sunday.
Yes, I've heard the stories. It's long before my time.
Yeah, yes, Fringe Sunday was massive. The Fringe Sunday was for the people of Edinburgh. And as a child, and I remember being 8, 9, 10, 12, on Fringe Sunday, the whole of Edinburgh, we're talking about 200,000 people or something, would go to the Queen's Park, and it was called Fringe Sunday. And Fringe Sunday was on for one particular reason. It was an opportunity for acts that were doing shows in theatres to give short extracts of the shows that they were doing in a big park,
like a promo kind of place.
Yeah, exactly. Come and see our show. This is what we do. And half of Edinburgh would go there because 1, it was free, 2, it was in a park, 3, it became part of, not so much part of the festival, but if you stayed in Edinburgh, it was Fringe Sundays next week. It's wicked. There's lots of things happening. There's hundreds of acts, and half the acts would be
the performers used to rave about it.
Street performers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the main point, Fringe Sunday wasn't put on for street performers. The sole reason was to give an opportunity for indoor acts, theatre shows, to promote their shows. And they had stages in this massive park, which is behind the palace. It's a massive park, and that would be full of lots of stages and theatre groups, companies, people putting on shows, and they would go up and do a half hour. The ice cream vans would show up, and it was a complete day out. And basically, that was Fringe Sunday. It was massive. And
so, how does Fringe Sunday fold into the beginning of your performance? Why street performance?
I didn't. I left school at 16, and I began. It's my only job. Was an engineer in a power station at 16. So at the age of 16, I left school, paid no attention to the Edinburgh Festival, as shocking as that sounds, as a lot of people in Edinburgh do. And at 16, I began a 4-year apprenticeship to be an electrical engineer.
Okay.
At 21, I studied for 5 years to be that. After 5 years of studying, I had the opportunity to be sent to university on full pay. Now, when I
Wow.
turned 20, 30 odd years ago, I was on perhaps 26, 28 grand a year. Now, for a 20-year-old, all those years ago, that's a good pay. And I asked the company. This was before everything became, you've got different power companies. Scotland had one, Scottish Power, and millions of pounds, no expense spared in training. And at 21, after 5 years of studying, I was the first guy in 7 years to pass this exam. So I went upstairs and talked to the bosses, and I went, hey, I'm your first person that's passed this exam in 7 years. Send me to university on full pay. Can you imagine being sent to university and getting paid 28 grand a year for 3 years? And they basically explained to me, can you hold on for 2 or 3 years? And I went, no, I'm 21, I'm full of it. And they explained to me, well, 7 years ago, Graham, the last person that passed this difficult exam that you've just passed, we sent them to university for 3 years on full pay. Let's just say on 25 grand a year. And then after he did his degree, he asked us if he could stay on and do a master's. So 4 years, full pay. They sent him, and on the 5th year, he went, oh, can I do a PhD? And they went, yes. So for 5 years, the company paid him full wages to go to university, to get a degree, to get a PhD, and after 5 years, he got it. And the first thing he did was he fucked off to Saudi Arabia. He fucked off to the east to get a big, huge job. And they were saying, we don't want that to happen. Can you wait a few years? And my answer was, no, I'm leaving. I'm going. So I went to university by myself, and I got politely to ask to leave after the first year. So I was 22, no money, and that year I was walking past the mound, and I saw a street show. Basically, it wasn't a street show. It was a guy with a silver face doing the robot, and the police had stopped him, and they were putting him in a van. Now, the police car van had gone onto the mound. The doors were open, and I just stood there and went, hats off to this guy. He's got 2 or 3 policemen shoving him into a police cop van, but he's still being the robot. He went in as the robot. But what I should point out is when I watched this guy, I thought he was shit. He was really, really bad. And the reason why I thought he was really bad is in 1975, when I was 12, the fashion was robot dance. Click, 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 click. All the kids on the dance floor. I was in primary 7. And when you look back in 1975 at Michael Jackson, he started to do the robot dance. He wasn't doing it in 72, 73, but in 75, it was such a fashion. Michael Jackson, you see him doing the robot dance. It was a fashion. I began that at 12 years old. I was one of the kids that was following the fashion. What happened is I didn't stop. I carried on. And by the time I was 21, after all those years practicing in my kitchen, in my bedroom, all on my Jack Jones, I became good. And when I saw this guy performing on the mound, being a robot, yeah, hats off to him. But his movements was wrong. He didn't know everything about it. I mean, he's shit. And to cut to that, so I started in 75 at 12 years old. It was a fashion. I carried on. And when I got asked to leave university, I was walking up and down my bedroom. I had a flat up quite close to the meadows. It was a Friday night, no cigarettes, no food for 2 days. I went, what can I do? And then suddenly, out of nowhere, desperation being the mother of invention, I went, oh, that guy was doing a robot. He had a massive crowd, and I think it was shit. Why don't I do that? That was on the Friday, and on Saturday, there's going to be a lot of people that know the Grass Market, the Black Bull. The very first time that I busk, you could not think of a worse place to busk. Right outside a popular student bar in the Grass Market, quite close to the front door. So that was my first time busking. I put my boombox up on the window outside the Black Bull, the Grass Market, a Saturday night, no cash. And basically, it started to rain after 3 tracks. But in those 3 tracks, I made £15, and a guy came up to me and went, "I've got a club on a Sunday. Could you come and dance in my club, and I'll pay you?" And I didn't, and I haven't looked back since then.
Yeah. So you started doing the robot, and we're talking. What year are we looking at now? What year?
75, when I was 12 years. Because it was
no. When were you at the Black Bull?
When was I where?
What was the year? You might have said it already. It might have me that missed it. What was the year you were at the Black Bull and you first did your robot?
Oh, the year would be probably 84.
84.
No,
okay.
No. Let me see. It would probably be about 84, 85.
Okay, and so how long did you carry on doing the robot for and going to the clubs and doing the things? Because you're not doing the robot now. When I watched you, you have a whole show. So what was the next step after that then?
The next step after busking outside a pub on a Saturday night was moving on to Princess Street.
Okay.
And I moved on to Princess Street and British Home Stores. But the big thing about that street is British Home Stores had two fire exits that were basically back. They were off the street and they were slightly back. So I would be dancing with my back to the fire exit. I had 3 or 4 feet, and then that was Princess Street. So I was busking as I walked by.
And so did it take you a year? Was it the next week? When did you move to Princess Street?
Oh, probably the Monday or Tuesday. I had no money. I had no cash. It was
so you've gone literally same week after this. You've gone up to Princess Street. So it's very quick. You've not hung around. Okay. And so did you stay at Princess Street?
Yeah. Did I stay on Princess Street? Yes. About last year, a guy came up to me after my show in the High Street, and going back to Princess Street, that guy, going back to a female, a few years ago, I'm doing the Silverman. I started off as the Silverman with a silver face, white gloves, doing the robot. And a few years ago, this mum pushing a pram stopped. I was having a fag break, and she said to me, and she's holding a pram, "When I was young and I was in a pram, my mum used to bring me into town to watch you. Now I'm bringing my daughter in to watch you." That's 3 generations. And 2 years ago at the Edinburgh Festival, 7:30 show, High Street, kid, the suitcase, blah, 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 blah. And this wee 6-year-old kid, and this guy goes, "Hey, Silver, you see that kid that you put in, that you got into your show? That's his mum. And you used to put his mum in your show." So there's people
so it was a long time. But the thing I'm trying to get here, Silver, the thing I'm trying to get to this now is, I'm trying to form a kind of chronological sequence of things. So in my mind now, I've got this thing that you've gone to the Black Ball, you've seen this guy get arrested and be the robot as he's going into the thing. You thought, fuck, I'm hungry. You've gone to the Black Ball. The Black Ball, you've got a gig, it's worked out okay. You've gone to Princess Street. And now, specifically after you've gone to Princess Street, what's going on in your life? How's the show? What's the show like? How are you developing? What are you thinking about? Specifically at that period, at the beginning in '85.
At that period, I didn't know what I was doing. I had no outside influence. I hadn't seen a street performer before. I had no idea. But basically, I knew that if I went out in the street and did what I did with music, I was going to make cash, which is what I did. And basically, I developed and got better in this shop doorway after a year or two. And after a year or two, I would go out on a Saturday and Sunday and make 45, 50 quid. And then I would be doing it during the week. And after 1 or 2 years, I suddenly sussed out, and it came to me, wait a minute, I'm shaking hands with kids, and if I shake hands with a kid, that kid goes back to his mum or dad, they give him £1 and they go and put money in my hat. And I went, the more hands of children I shake, the more money I will make. So basically, my show was developing and shaking hands with children and kissing girls' hands and getting a photograph taken. And that's when I knew if you get the audience involved, the more hands that I shook hands with, the more cash I got.
And so you're talking about shaking hands in a more metaphorical sense towards the end of there. You're saying that the whole thing of interacting, playing, reaching out and touching the audience, that's what you found made money. It was the play, right?
Yeah. The more hands I shook hands with, the more cash I made. Full stop.
So how did it evolve after that then? Because you're starting to get the inkling of the performative side of it in terms of the clown.
Yeah.
It's sort of like the clown's coming. So how does that evolve then?
No clown.
Well, it's not clown, but I mean, just by playing with people.
It's mime. It's robotic dancing. And
it's
that's
a mime.
all
I do
it was.
Apologize.
No, you don't have to. No, I was just a robot dancer that had been doing it since he was 12. I'm now 22. Yeah. I've been doing it all those years. You can't, if you do something for 7 or 8 years, or you can't help but become better and good.
But you're becoming better at something else now. You're not becoming better at dancing. It's not dancing you were just talking about. You were talking about playing with people.
Yes.
You were talking about that thing. And that's what I'm interested in, because that's where I see. Because when I saw you, you're an amazing dancer. The body popping you did, when I saw you 10 years ago, it was like you weren't human. It was amazing. But the progression of your playing stuff is something I'm interested in with that as well, because that seems like at this time, that's the thing you're developing, right?
Yes. The playing part was with the silver face, and I would get a small edge on Princess Street. You can't get too much of an edge because you'll block it, and people would have to walk onto Princess Street to get past, and there's buses going past, so it was dangerous. So I knew that I had to keep my crowd quite tight and in, and I couldn't get too big a crowd. The playing part was when I used to go there and put on my silver face and get my gloves on. I would start talking to people, start having a laugh. And as I got better and better, as I was putting on my silver face, that would take longer because I would be interacting with the people that would be stopping to go, oh, what's he going to do? And it ended up that the best part of my show was putting on my makeup, interacting, and then becoming the robot, and then doing my robot stuff. But that's how the playing part became a part of a show. And what happened was 5 friends of us, we all went to Amsterdam for the weekend, as you do. And I said to myself, well, you know, what I've been doing on Princess Street for the last year or two, I can do it in Amsterdam. I'll get a bash. So I took it to Amsterdam. And I went out to Dam Square, and on my first Saturday afternoon busking, didn't have a clue, don't know how to pull an edge, I don't know how to hold a crowd. I made 90 quid.
That's all right, eh?
90 quid, and I'm making £45 back in Edinburgh, and I go to Amsterdam and I make twice. And at this time, I've been in a relationship with a girl for at least 4 years. And I came back. I went, oh, it was great, and it was great. And I said to my girlfriend then, I'm going back. And I went back, and I didn't come back.
And when you went there, did you learn different stuff? Did you pick up new skills? Did you learn off of the people around you? How did you develop the thing of keeping crowds and building a crowd? Those things you didn't have when you went to Amsterdam. How did you grow those skills?
How did I grow those skills? Well, Dam Square is a big, huge square space. So what I did before you get on to Dam Square, you've got a corner as you come down from Central Station. You hit Dam Square, but before you hit Dam Square, there's a corner, and on that corner there's a bank. I spent about 2 or 3 years busking outside that bank. Big space, bottom of Dam Strat. It's quite close to Dam Square, but there was no way I had the skill, I had that to go on to Dam Square. So I spent about 2 years or so dancing outside the bank on the corner of the Dam Strat, quite next door to Dam Square. So I was dancing outside a bank, doing what I did in Edinburgh.
And you watching? Yes. Are you watching the shows there? Are you developing different bits there, or are you experimenting in your shows and you writing bits in your shows from that? What's the creative process?
Just experimenting, doing things off the cuff. So during the day, I would be outside the bank, 12 till 4. I would busk outside the bank. And the other pitch that's in Amsterdam, the nighttime pitch, is the Leidsterplein. And I used to go there. And my first interaction with another performer was Frank Olivier.
Okay, who's Frank Olivier?
Who's Frank Olivier?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, he is one of the best. Old school, brilliant. He does his own cabaret, very successful. And he was the very first performer that I would share a pitch with, And the one thing that really impressed me by Frank Olivier was he used to come out with an evening suit, with a white shirt, the top hat. He had the unicycle, but he was immaculate. And he was so together. And here's this 22-year-old guy from Edinburgh into having a smoke. I can dance. I'm untogether. I'm not taking it too seriously. It's still fun. I'm doing it for the cash and nothing else. And Frank and I used to go back to back. Frank's the first performer that I got to know and I looked at and I shared a pitch with, who knew what he was doing. And then you've got the Flying Dutchman.
Before you move on, what was that experience like with being with Frank? The first pitch you've been on where you see another performer and you start thinking, this guy knows what he's doing. There's something to be paid attention to here. What was that like?
What was it like? I found it was more Frank himself as an individual, not what he was doing, because he was juggling on a unicycle, which I had no interest at all. But it was how well he was doing that. And he always pulled off really good shows, very good shows. He always pulled it off. And I would go out and do my show. I'm a street level, I'm not up high, but I would still pull off shows. But Frank was the first one that I shared a pitch with who was a pure professional and knew exactly what he was doing.
And did you
And
find that as a learning experience?
yes, thinking back, I can't. I'm kind of guessing here, but it would be a case of he would organize his crowd, make a good edge, and I would have picked up on that. As in, I would go out and just do my stuff. My audience wouldn't be tight, they would be standing all over the place. And then I made a conscious effort of going, hey, people, instead of standing all over the place, how about all come together? And I learned to get my crowd tighter, get a bigger edge, and that's basically how it all began on the laser
Yeah, and
plane.
so you were saying the Flying Dutchman when I interrupted you. Was it the Flying Dutchman you were saying? You'd so talk about other acts. Can we pick
Yes.
up from there?
Pick up from there. Yeah.
Yeah.
On the laser plane, there was 4 or 5 acts that were always there, and I'm talking about Shirley Sunflower, which is Tamara Campbell. We're talking about
And what
Tash,
was
the
Tamara?
Flying
What was
Dutchman.
Tamara? What was Tamara doing at the time? Let's take just a really brief time just to describe the kind of acts that are around you.
Oh,
So, what did Tamara do?
what did Tamara do? Tamara
Yeah.
did a very, very good show. Female performer. She used to dress in bright yellow and something similar to what Sharon does. Sharon
Mahoney.
Mahoney.
Yeah, very,
Getting
very
two
good
guys
performer.
out and climbing on top of the guys, taking the piss out of the guys, being physical and being funny. And she would do a balancing act on these two guys. And that was her show. But it was a very good show. And then, so queuing up on the laser plane at 7 o'clock on a Friday night, there would be me, there would be Tash, there would be Tamara, there would be the Flying Dutchman, and then you had the usual suspects of Bert, Paul, and Artie, which are well known for being on the laser plane. And that's who I shared a pitch with.
And so, what was the environment like between all the performers? Were you all friends?
Brilliant, really good
Yeah.
to be able to sit there and enjoy each show, because we're talking about 87, 88 here, and I enjoyed sitting there and watching other people do the same as me, but do it differently. And it was such a good vibe. It was so good. It was so new. There was so much energy. We were all young, and it was exciting, and it was a pleasure to be there. And out of all the acts, I was probably the only one that was probably sitting there having a smoke. Everybody else, Frank, Olivier, you know, professional, Las Vegas, own cabaret. You had Micah, you had everyone, serious together people. But I'm not the most serious guys. I'd be sitting there smoking and watching the acts, and then go out and do my act. And what happened was I didn't change. When I was on Princess Street, I would start by taking my clothes off, putting on my jumpsuit, then putting on the makeup. But I did that out on the pitch. So if Tamara came off or the Flying Dutchman had finished the show, Silver, you're next. I would go out with my suitcase and my tape deck and basically start putting on my silver face in front and build an edge. What slowly occurred to me was I was getting an edge whilst putting on my silver face. And then I would start pissing about more with the people. And it became more of half the show would be me putting on my silver face. I'm going to be doing a robot show. But the first half was me just picking on people and taking the piss, not taking the piss, but making fun, having a crack. I could see an opportunity. I would improvise. After 20 minutes, I've got my silver face on, I've got the gloves, I push the music, showtime. And then I would do my robot show and then hat it, then come off, and then Marty would go on or Bert would go on, and that developed where I slowly went, well, I actually prefer pissing about more than putting on a silver face. And over the years, the silver face got dropped and I became more pissing about, became more confident. I didn't have to have a mask.
Let's do, if we can we do small strokes towards that journey? So
that sounds a bit personal.
Now where we can do some small strokes later, eh?
Okay.
So you've started putting on the makeup. You're in Liza playing. You've got all these people around you. You're seeing all the different shows. You started to play. You got more into playing. How did the show develop then? Did you start writing, for example, like your Michael Jackson routine?
No.
No. So was the routines getting written at this point? Like I know, like what I've watched.
Yes. The word you're saying, did I write my shows? No. I would come up with an idea and go, right, I'll try that out. I never used to practice in front of a mirror. Never done that. I wouldn't give it a try. I practiced on the street. I tried my new ideas out on the street. That was where I practiced. And because on Dam Square and all that, I would be doing 4 or 5 shows a day, I had an opportunity to experiment. And if that didn't work, well, I won't do that. I've still got another 3 or 4 shows to make my cash. So there was no, I'm going to write this in. I had an idea, I'm going to do that tomorrow. And I would do it tomorrow. And if it worked, I would keep it.
Do you remember any particular breakthroughs?
Breakthroughs.
Yeah, like in the time you were at the Liza playing, developing this work.
You were saying it's called Whining On with Matt Bowden.
It's Whining On. You know it.
Right.
Let's whine on.
I think it was. I think when it first dawned on, when it first hit me, it was the marvelous Venus from Tip to Toe, Maika from Amsterdam. And I came off.
And this is a performer, yeah.
Maika, yes, Venus. That's her stage name.
What's the act?
What's the act? She's a juggler and very good at the Diablo.
Okay, cool.
And she's now married to one of the Flying Dutchmen, Mikael.
Oh, okay.
Anyway,
cool. So Mika and Mikael.
Yeah.
That's a couple of show
Maika.
Yeah.
Yes. Anyway, so. Yeah. I came off and she just casually went, Silver, you've got the right idea. You get ready when you go out there. And I didn't really think of it. I went, yeah, because everyone has their costume. Oh, they're nearly finished. I'm on next. I've got a costume. And they would go out there. Ladies and gentlemen, showtime. Whereas I used to go out and go, right, I'm playing some hip hop and I'm putting on my silver. And I would get an edge. And Micah was the first person that went, you've got it sussed there, Silver. You go out there and you get ready out there. And then 2 or 3 days later, Micah was going out and going, ladies and gentlemen, and she would start putting on her lipstick out on, so she started.
Yeah. So there's like this creative environment where you're developing together.
Yes. Oh, yeah. And I didn't know, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't go out, you've got 45, Silver, you're on next, and then I would go out onto the pitch. I didn't do it on purpose and go, right, I'll put on my silver face and all that, and that is just what I did.
Yes, but it worked, and you slowly developed it. Yeah.
Yes, and as I explained, when I was putting it on and getting ready, I would interact with the crowd, and I had a bit of background music, which will all be kind of hip hop dance music, and I would have a good time. And then
how long is it till the routines start coming in then? So you're playing, you've done your statue work, you've become an interactive statue, and you've gone to the dam, you've started to do full edge shows with the other circle acts there, you've got your
Uh-huh.
prep, so how long till you start putting in routines and you start having a finale and you start really developing that structure? Is that in Liza Played? Is that during that time that happens?
Yes, I would say
Yeah,
that would be happening on Dam Square, but Amsterdam,
yeah,
yes, is where
yeah.
Amsterdam and Covent Garden is where I started to piss about more. I would try new ideas and I would keep them
Yeah.
in. They
So
became part of the show.
yeah. So how long did you stay in Amsterdam for then? Because I assume Covent Garden came after that then.
No, I was basically traveling between Amsterdam, Covent Garden, and Paris, and I used to do that all
And
the
is this
time.
is this is this after the stories we're telling now, or is this during? Because you said you went to Amsterdam and you were discovering kind of street performance. You
Yes,
discovered it in Edinburgh. You said I'm going to try it in Amsterdam. You stayed in Amsterdam for a few years. Yeah.
I eventually stayed there for 8 years, but for the first 2.5 years,
Yeah.
I did not stop traveling. I went, wow, I've just made
Okay. Yeah.
X amount of cash there. I went, hey, Paris is only 6 hours away. I can do it in Paris. I went to Paris, Covent Garden, so famous. I've got to get to Covent Garden. Then I went
Yeah.
to Covent Garden. And when I went to Covent Garden, probably 87, I had to sit an audition. You had to pass an audition. I passed that. And when I passed that, I was taken upstairs to an office, Alternative Arts, who started to take over. You'll have heard of them because
Yes.
I'm quite sure that Chrysippus said as soon as Alternative Arts got involved with Covent Garden, it went like that. It was becoming organised. But I passed the audition, went up there, and I started to busk at Covent Garden as well.
Okay,
And
so it makes it a little more. Usually, interviews like I get a chronology of one place to
mm,
the next place, so it's a little bit more challenging with you to get this sense of the time spanning because you're constantly moving around, right?
non-stop. I didn't have a
Yeah,
flat. I didn't have a flat. I didn't have a room to myself for 2.5 years. All I had was my bag and my boombox for 2.5 years. And the reason why I chose to live and settle and base myself in Amsterdam is not because of the usual, oh, Amsterdam, it's famous for drugs and prostitutes. No, the reason why I picked Amsterdam was it's 4 centimeters away from Covent Garden. It's 3 centimeters away from the Pompidou. It's it was so central. I lived in London. I had a girlfriend there for 3 or 4 years. I had friends there. I crashed there. I worked in Paris for years. I worked in Amsterdam for years. But basically, it was those three. It was a triangle.
yeah.
So,
So it
and
seems
Covent
like before
Garden
I
was probably
interrupt,
the best.
exactly. Yeah, before I interrupt you, you were talking about Covent Garden, and
Mm,
it seems like that's an interesting place to sit on for your development and for the environment. So we're getting to we're looking at 87 still now when
mm-hmm.
you're in Covent Garden. Yeah, tell us the story of
Yes.
Covent Garden then.
Okay. Covent Garden. Wow.
Yeah,
Very
well, you
interesting.
experienced when you first got there, all that kind of stuff. Sorry, I'm interrupting
Yes. No,
again. I
no,
do
no, no,
apologize.
no. Stop apologizing. No, when I
I
first got
apologize.
there, I had to pass the audition. I passed it, which was on the inside pitch, and part then it was three other performers. They were the judges, and if you didn't do anything rude, if you didn't do that, you got through. So I was that. So I started hanging about Covent Garden instead of Amsterdam for a long time, for years. And back then, uh, when I was going to the draw, because the draw was at 8:15 in the morning.
That's early.
Uh, this is before, no, this was, you'll have heard about the list going up. And
12 at night.
yeah, and I used to get to the list at 1:45 in the morning, and it was full. And people were sleeping in vans round the corner. People used to sleep in the churchyard, which I did once or twice myself. But the list for the shows the day after it was put up, you couldn't put your name up before 12 o'clock at night. And I used to get there at 1:45 in the morning going, oh, I'll be number 4. And it was fucking full. It was full. I was going, it's 1:45 in the morning and the list is already full. So that pissed a lot of people off, including me. And that was when the rule, there's no sleeping in vans. You've got to come in.
This is the thing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
If you had a van, or if you had a squat, or if you was willing to sleep in a bench, then
you went to Covent
primo spot, and that was kind
you
of
went to Covent Garden at 5 to 12 at night, and at 1 minute past 12 you put your name down, and then you would go and sleep in a van or go and crash somewhere, and that got a bit much. But I still handled it. And what I used to do was, if I didn't get a show, because let's just face it, at 20 past 12 at night, it would be full up. I would go there, couldn't get a show, and I would just go up to Leicester Square and do shows, which I called Fester Square. So I would do shows up at Fester Square if I couldn't get a show at Covent Garden.
Fester Square?
Oh, because
Fester feels like a negative word.
Nightmare. At night time, it was a nightmare. We are talking.
Why?
Because because today the big huge thing is amplification, and it's too loud, and There used to be a guy called South African Bruno. Was it South African Brian or was it Bruno? I'm sure it was Bruno. And Bruno played guitar, and he used to start about 9 o'clock in the evening, and his PA was absolutely massive. And when he started to sing, he was a rock star. He was loud as hell. He was aggressive as hell. Trying to get a spot there. Oh, I'm on. It's my pitch. I've been here. And his amplification. Anybody that was doing Leicester Square back in 88, 89 will remember South African Bruno's. And because he was on the one side, on the other side, you had Peruvians with a body generator. So he was going up against them. So you had two loud acts, and then you had people like me trying to do shows in between two acts that had outside PA systems. It was really, really difficult.
The story I heard was that at some point it was so loud there that you could hear it from Covent Garden.
And it would be the South African Bruno with his two big huge speakers with his guitar.
And that's about like, what is it, a mile? It's about a mile, 3/4 of a mile distance. It's a reasonable amount of space. So they closed that place down. Were you there when that happened?
Yes, they closed it down a few times, but you would still go there and bang out a show before the police came back.
So it's duck and dive.
Duck and dive, yes. As any street performer will know, when you go there, oh, you can't do shows here. You've got to have a permit. And I think this has happened to most of us, that when you're doing a show, whether it's in England, Bristol, Paris, the police will come and go, you can't do shows here. You need a permit. And then you go, okay, then you go to the city hall, you go to the city, and there's no such thing. The permit doesn't exist. How often has that happened? So that happened to me a few times. Oh, you need a permit, and you go and get a permit, and the guy in the council goes, there's no such permit. But the police, that's the excuse they would get you to stop. So you would have to, Well, that's them walk past. Their routine is every 45 minutes. Once they go away round the corner, I put on my music, I do a half-hour show, and I'm finished. And they, two cops come back, and there's no show happening. Duck and dive.
Well, I tell you what, kids who are listening now, potentially that could be your future. So listen to this, man.
Who?
I'm talking about all the young buskers. All the young, kids, all the young buskers. This could be their future with all the licensing.
Yes, and the permits, and you've got to have insurance before you go on to a public square. You'll need ID, you'll need insurance, you'll need a permit, you'll need to probably pay for the permit. You'll probably need there's so many regulations.
But you could do what you did. What you did back then was you ducked and dived. And I have a feeling that in the future kids will duck and dive. I don't want to get into that too much. I don't want to drag away from your story. So you're in Covent Garden.
Yes.
You're dipping over to Leicester Square. Yes. You're hanging around.
Yes.
What's the environment like in Covent Garden? More than Leicester Square, this chaotic place.
Leicester Square was a side pitch. It was a free for all. You had all. What would I say? What's a polite way of saying ruffians? People that weren't that good. It was a kind of.
We had a big macho kind of environment to it. You know, the territorial.
Bruno was a macho and the Peruvians. Yes, and it wasn't a high-class caliber showplace, if I can describe it that way. Covent Garden, wicked. And we got a draw system going. You had to show up at 8:15 in the morning. Probably 23, 24. I'm a bit of I can be animated sometime. I've got a lot of energy. I like to party. I'm not quiet, etc. You know, I used to get to bed at 3 or 4 and have to be at Covent Garden for 8:15. And I think, who did I pull up? I think it was Paddy or Rob Ballard. And I was quite angry and going, why the fuck am I here at 8:15 on a Sunday fucking morning? What's the point of this? Can we not have a draw at 10 o'clock? And the answer was spot on. The answer was, Silver, it's only the people that are serious about doing a show. If you're serious and you want to do a show, you'll be here at 8:15. Because if we have a draw at 10:30, there'll be twice as many people, but they won't be as serious. The people that showed up at 8:15, they were professionals, they were going to do a show, and that's how they kept the numbers down. Even at 8:15 on a Saturday and Sunday, June and July, there'd be 40 performers, and we would have to split pitch. Even though it was at 8:15, we would sometimes have to split pitch. But basically, the draw was 8:15. You got your 2:40, your 4:40, and that was when you did a show. And the shows back then, you could sit there. I mean, 8:15, you get this draw. You've got your 2:40, 8:45. It's, where are we going for breakfast? So all the performers would go to the same cafe, breakfast. We would hang about there all day, and we would watch the shows. But the shows back then, sitting back behind the pillars, you would have about 17 different individuals, 17 performers doing 17 different shows. It was mental. It was before the days of generic shows. It was the days before it became not a routine, but what's the word I'm searching for? It became a recipe, a formula. I use the word recipe. You use the word formula. I think they're very close. So it was the days when that was beginning, that was coming together. The formula the recipe, how
And
to pull off a
can you
big good
describe
show.
that? Yeah, can you describe that? Can you describe the play? Because it seems like you saw it kind of beginning. How did that happen?
How did it happen? My
Yeah.
my first show that I saw that I went, wow, every time he goes out, he's pulling it off big time, was Pete. Pete Mitrovic. Do you know who I'm talking about?
I do, but I'm going to pretend I don't because I want you to describe him.
Aye, but I'm not saying his last name correctly. Pete Mitch.
No, but it's a difficult name to say right. But let's aside from what I assume is a Polish second name, which is
It
difficult in
is.
our tongue
It,
to pronounce.
it
Um,
is.
who was he?
I'm asking you to say his last name for me.
Malnicek.
Mamacek. Pete Mamacek. He is the first circle show that I was aware of on a unicycle that did things that guaranteed him a big crowd. And he used to do the biggest shows, and they were always successful. Pete is a great guy. I love him. And he was on a unicycle doing juggling, but he had a thing with the kid. He'd be high up and the kid would have helped him throw the clubs up or something like that. Help me. Can I get a kid from the audience? And here's this wee cute kid. And he would get towards the end of his show, towards of his finale, part of his finale was giving this kid a bag of sweets. Thank you. But he would give the kid the sweets, but just out his reach, so the kid would have to jump. So you had this jumping kid trying to catch the sweets, the bag of sweets, and the audience would laugh and he would play it, and it worked like a treat. It worked perfectly, absolutely perfectly. And after a few years, he stopped it. And I remember, I can't give you the date, but I remember specifically going, "Hey, Pete, why the fuck are you? Why did you stop the unicycle? Why did you stop that?" And his answer is, because everybody else is doing it now. That was his answer.
And
So
so
you've got to take your
did
hat.
you see that? Did that cooperate with what you saw? Did you see few
Oh,
unicycles and then
I
lots
was
of
there.
unicycles? But yeah,
Yeah.
I know you were there, but I'm saying you saw that. You saw the change. It was what he was saying wasn't kind of him feeling uncomfortable with there being one more unicycle. It was that this became a new trend.
Yes. And in his own words, everybody's doing it now, Silver. That's why. And then that's when he started a double act with a guy called Chris, and they
Chris, do you
were
know the last
called
name?
Hoopla.
Okay. And what kind of
And
stuff did they do then?
they were very good. They were very good. Double act. Double act. Chris was an acrobat. You had Pete, who was a natural, funny performer. And how would you describe Hoopla? They were more of a kind of stage show. Very good, very funny. Didn't make big cash, but I take my hat off to Pete because he tried something new, was wanting to do something new, was wanting to be different. He had a very successful show that made money, but he went out his way to stop that. And that's when Hoopla came into existence. And they did a big tour of Canada and went down a bomb. And so Pete was the first
Oh, good.
person I saw that pulled off. But the other performers, he had a guy called Dom, man in the suitcase, and basically he would put himself in a suitcase, and the old trick where you'll have a box and the assistant goes in and then the magician puts hundreds of swords into the box. Oh, she must be dead. Dom used to come out and sit in a suitcase, fasten up the suitcase so his two legs would be standing out and his two arms, and he would put swords into the suitcase. Man in the suitcase. So he would go out there. Then you had Rob Ballard, who had finished working with Eddie. I got there just after Eddie left. Now he was doing a knife throwing act. Then you had Paddy and John Chappell with the black box. That was a double act. You had Shandy, Ozzy Shandy. They were doing kind of dancing shows. There was just such a variety of different shows of people doing shows and doing what they liked and wanting to do it. And you had 17, maybe 8. Let's just say you had 20 acts there. You'd have 16 acts that were completely different from each other.
And why do you think that was?
That was because
I mean, maybe now because the formula.
Yes, exactly. You've just answered your question. Dom, Man in the Suitcase, Rob Ballard, etc. They would be veering towards the right. Let's get my edge in tighter. I'll have a beginning. I'll have an end, and I'm going to make more cash, and it makes for a better show. And other acts would come into Covent Garden, and that's how it basically, for me, that's how it all began with the generic, the unicycle. I make lots of cash. But before that, you had 17 performers, and we all had different acts. Dr. Stewart, Keno, me. Wow.
And
Great.
so did all the acts that were working slowly become the same because they figured out what worked? Or did people leave and a new class came in who learned from the old guys and learned all that? I'm trying to think of why now in Covent Garden you have shows which are primarily the same.
Yes.
To a great extent.
Oh yeah.
And you didn't have them. And that's really something I find interesting. Why then? And the big thing that's coming through again and again and again is because it was the beginning.
Yes.
It's because it hadn't. So because you seem to be at that point, you're at that transition.
Yeah.
How did that transition happen? So we've got the inkling now. So you have the thing of, there was no unicycles, or there was only very few. Nick's very successful now. There's lots of unicycles.
Yeah.
So that's 5 or 6 new faces, or is that the same performers that change shows? They think, this works, and then the performers move on to that.
Yes, you would. Can't really think of individual names, but
you don't have to name names. But
no. I want to, but I can't really think. But it was after seeing Pete going out with his unicycle and pulling it off and being funny, giving the kid a bag of sweets, which is turned into giving your audience participant cash. Now here's £5, blah blah. So it started off with a bag of sweets, and you can't blame people. And I was probably influenced as well, as in. So this
and was it collective? Were you doing it together? Were you collectively developing the work before the performance? So this worked for me. Why don't you try this with this? And was it a group that was slowly, unawarely homogenizing by helping each other?
Yes, that's a nice way of putting it. We're all sitting there going, "Oh, that works. That works. Oh, look, he's put a line out for the audience, and they're all standing in a nice curve. Oh, I'll do that," which I didn't, but you can understand. Because beforehand, I'm talking about Keno, Chrysippus. It was all a bit chaotic. But they were doing street shows, they were doing acrobatics, they were doing juggling, and it was a bit chaotic. But the crowd was there, they were making money. But over the year, in a few years, it became really well organized and less chaotic. And the less chaotic your show, the more money you made. So instead
And
of just going out and going,
is that including the Chaos guys? Is that including Kingdom?
yeah,
Is that so everybody collectively kind of refined their work? Is that the right
yes,
way to describe it? Yeah.
I couldn't have put it better way. We were refining our shows. We were refining our shows. That's how I would say it. And then I would go back to Amsterdam, and the same thing would be happening there. You'd be getting acts that were quite similar and going, oh, they're building an edge that way. They've got a finale. The finale's slightly the same. They're saying the same lines. That works. And it was just a chain effect that just went across the place.
What was the name of the guy that you saw in Amsterdam the first time? The guy who was clean dressed, the professional. What was his name?
Frank Olivier.
Did he have those qualities?
Oh yes.
Was he doing those things?
Yeah, he's
so it was
funny.
Around before then. But not just funny, but I mean the thing of Gavin the Edges, the street show tricks, you know?
Yes. And yeah, he was doing it, but because I had just went to Amsterdam and he was the first juggler that I was sharing a pitch with. He was very professional. He knew his stuff. He was immaculate. I mean, I was a wee bit scruffy.
But you know, but Silver, the one thing I'm interested in with this, you know, and I'm just trying to be a little bit kind of, I'm trying to keep it tight in terms of the story and how we move through it.
That's your job. That's not my job. You keep me tight.
You know it. The thing I'm interested in is you're seeing these things evolve in Come and Gone from the chaos. We're refining and we're sort of almost subconsciously becoming homogenized because we have a task we want to achieve, which is make a working show. And so you're seeing all these things be developed. But then this chap that you saw at the beginning,
Frank Olivier.
Frank Olivier. He was before all of this.
Yes.
He was at the beginning of your story. So if he's got some of those elements in there, then potentially it's either rediscovery or it's a certain group discovering, and it was something which, you know, was maybe lost or kept very quiet between a few people.
I don't think it was lost. I think it was kept pretty quiet. And Frank was there by himself. There wasn't like 6 or other performers, but at Covent Garden you had a group of about 20 or 30, and that helps the progression. And for me, there was just me and Frank, and I'm just a new kid. I'm a street dancer, haven't got a Scooby-Doo.
Exactly, mate.
And so all I know is if I put on a silver face, put white gloves on, put on the music, I'm going to get a crowd and I'm going to make cash. It's how you make that better.
Yes, exactly. So at what point did you look around and think, oh dear, we're hack? Did you have a point of that in Covent Garden? Did you look around and see the change from the time you were there to see the generic become generic? Did you see that happen? Did you see the generic? Oh, so at what point did you recognize that? How did you personally recognize that?
By seeing 4 or 5 performers on unicycles basically doing the same shit. As in going out there with the unicycle, ladies and gentlemen, then putting that down and going, oh, I've got 3 razor sharp, this is what I'm going to do. Then they would get up on the unicycle, juggle, then the crowd, then their edge would get bigger, and basically do the same shit. There's only so much you can do on a unicycle at the top of a unicycle. And one of the most basic things you can do is juggle. So instead of just Pete going out there and Great Dave, can I forget Great Dave, suddenly you had 5 or 6 people there doing that. And you had Alex Dandridge and John Feely, which I wasn't there when Alex was working with Chris, but basically Alex unicycle, but John Feely was the funny guy, and he didn't go on a unicycle. So you had this you had these two guys, one that was on the ground doing circus skills, and Alex would be up on the unicycle. At no point did Alex break into a generic show, because you had John Feely, who was a very good stand-up, who was very
And it doesn't
funny.
seem in Alex's nature either. I mean, Alex is a funny guy as well. You know, I don't think it's in Alex's
Yes.
nature to be a hack. I watch his work to this day, and he's at Covent Garden to this day. Anyone who's watching now doesn't know. And he was there in the 80s. He's
Yes.
a stalwart of street performance, and he's funny and original now. I love watching him.
Yeah.
So you could have had 6 unicycles there, but if they were like Alex and John Feely and Dave and Nick and Pete, then that would not be as much of a problem, because there was that variety. It was because there was this same delivery. It was the same structure. It was the same timings, maybe. I mean, I'm leading too much in this, but you know.
No. That's it. And don't forget, this was still at the time of it was becoming new. That's shite. It was becoming more organized. Is that a good word? It was becoming more organized on how to do a street show. Then you had Andre Vincent himself, funny guy, and he used to go out. He had a unique show. Dom, Man in a Suitcase, unique show. Who else? Oh God, it will come back to me. But half of the acts were unique and they were doing their own shit, and the other half would be jugglers doing their own stuff. And the jugglers doing their own stuff slowly came closer together, doing the same thing.
Yeah. So
because it worked and it made money. Why not?
Fair enough. Yeah, no, I understand why they do it, because I did it myself. That was my learning experience, you know.
Right.
So just back onto you, back onto Silver. So when did you do, what type sort of date and year did you, well, not date, but what sort of year did you move away from Covent Garden? You're not there now. You're living back in Edinburgh and you're doing shows in Edinburgh.
Yes.
So when did you leave Covent? When did you move away? Were you there for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years?
Yeah, I moved away due to a really serious medical accident I had. And because my first...
Would you like to share what happened, or would you?
Of course, okay? No. I think it's really important. This is about 1998, and it was split pitching.
So you've been working for 87 is when you went to Covent Garden. So that's 10 years. So you spent 10 years there.
Yes.
Yeah. Just before we get on to talking about your accident, do you have any stories you want to tell from that era, from those 10 years you spent there? Is there anything you want to say about that time? Apart from what we've already talked about.
Yeah, the first thing I can think of is the mighty Gareth, TMG, used to be my bottler. That's how Gareth started. He was, I'm not going to use the word groupie, but Gareth used to hang about and he used to bottle for me. The mighty Gareth used to be my bottler. And bottlers were quite common back in those days, because
and so a bottler, we've explained it to you before. Very quickly, what's a bottler? Just really briefly.
A bottler is someone who collects for an act on the street. They're on the street, they're doing an act. People have stopped and they're watching them. Now, the whole point is you're doing it for cash. Now, a bottler is someone who would go round your audience, round the people that are staring at you, and they've been staring at you for 20 minutes.
They're an audience.
Yes, But what happened during the years, that audience would be tighter and tighter. But in the early days, they were, all over the place, and you would be doing this and that. And a
So
bottler
when
would
you're bottling, does that work better? Really sorry to interrupt, but when you're
no, no.
bottling, then that works better for the looser crowd, and that's why bottling was something which you saw in the earlier periods. Yeah.
Yes, and it took the pressure off you from saying a hat speech. Even to this day, I don't really have a good hat speech, but the bottlers were good because you could do your show and not think about money, 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 and somebody would be collecting. And to go back to your question, what is a bottler? The expression comes from the person that would be collecting the cash for the act. The person that was doing the act would give the person a bottle with a fly in it and with his thumb. And in the other hand, they would have a hat, they would have a bucket to collect the cash. And basically, when this person was collecting, the audience, which could be away across there, away across there, away, because they've stood there and they've been standing, staring at this act for 10, 15 minutes, the bottler would go up and he would have a bottle with a fly inside and the collecting hat. Now, if
Why the
why,
fly?
why? Because you had to trust you had to trust your bottler. Now, if the
And
bottler
so is that a way of showing that they're from you? Because you
no, no,
trap the
no, no, no,
fly and
no, no,
then you
no.
give.
That is between the performer and the collector of the cash. Now, the collector of the
Yeah.
cash was called a bottler, and they used to have a bottle with a fly inside. Now, when the performer wasn't looking, if the bottler went, "Oh, someone's put £5 in," they would take their thumb off, go into the hat, take it off, the fly would go off. And if the bottler came back and there was no fly in the bottle, he's been dipping your hat.
What a wonderful story.
Do you
I
not know
hope
that?
that's true.
Do you not know
I
that?
didn't know that. No, I've never
That's
heard that.
right. Yeah. A bottler, because if he stole cash, he would have had to
The
let go
fly would
of
have left
that,
out the
and the
bottle.
fly would go out, and he'd come back. Oh, there it is. Oh, you've been nicking my money, and that's why they're called a bottler. And the Mighty
Wow.
Gareth was my first ever bottler.
Okay. What was the progression then? So you've mentioned Mighty Gareth as being your first bottler. Mighty
Mm-hmm.
Gareth, for those who don't know, is a very prolific entertainer nowadays. In
Mm-hmm.
terms of the circus scene and the street performance scene, he's
Yeah.
up there with the greatest. Um, so did he start doing shows when you were there? Did you help him out, or was he just a bottler and then he went away and developed his own stuff?
No, I didn't help him out because he was hanging about. What he did or how he got started was he started becoming a magician because Gareth had a ponytail away down his back, hippie, hippie, hippie. And I remember him getting the magician's leather belt.
Yeah.
And he probably got that from and he had a wee magic table. And TMG Gareth started doing small magic tricks, and he started that way.
Okay. Cool. And so just back onto you. So we know
Uh-huh.
Gareth will have his own interview. Gareth, I've chatted with Gareth. The Mighty Gareth will be on at some point to do an interview with John. I know you wanted to watch him. You're going to get your chance. Just for you then. So we're in this 10-year period. Is there any other kind of really memorable things that you'd like to have on the record, so to speak, that happened during those times?
Because of this lockdown, when I first started traveling and I went to Amsterdam and it was 86-ish, I would be having such a good time, making a lot of cash. I would have a crazy Friday, Saturday, Sunday in Amsterdam, wake up Monday and Tuesday and go, what happened on Friday night? What was I doing on Saturday? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. So what I did was I used to go to a bar called Hunters to change it up, and I would collect beer mats. I would write my wee made £35 today and tell me a story. and maybe once a month I would collect my pile of beer mats and go, well, I made that much on the Tuesday, made that much there, that happened, that crazy thing happened. And for the first time a few weeks ago, I read it.
You've got your beer mats. Oh, the journal that was taken from the beer mats.
Yeah. And one thing, I did look for it today, but I couldn't find it because it's all untogether. But I've got an entry, I think it's like May the 10th, 1989, side pitched at the bottom of James Street with Dr. Stewart. Me and Dr. Stewart were side pitching because we couldn't get a show on the West Piazza. And in the old days, oh dear, when you came out the tube station on James Street, as you came down on the left-hand side, that was a massive, that was just full of stalls, markets, and you could get shows, and Magic Corner, because that was where, I think Melvin's Magic Tricks or something, that was where he sold his magic tricks in amongst the stock. Yes, because there was
I never knew that.
Yeah, well, I'm guessing here, you came down, and at the bottom you must have had about 10 stalls selling jewelry, selling this, and Melvin had his magic stall selling magic tricks, and you could split pit and you could side pitch there. And this was not the Rock Garden, along the Rock Garden, right at the bottom of James Street. And I just remember I split pitched with Dr. Stewart. I forget that. But Dr. Stewart used to go out on the West Piazza, and Dr. Stewart was a special individual. Special show, special individual. Dr. Stewart, what a guy.
Why?
Why? Whoa, why? He had a personality that was magnetic. When he went out there, he had an energy coming from him. He was so inventive, he was so artistic. Artistic's the wrong word. He would be funny. He could dance. He came up with good ideas. He would improvise. And what he did was very good, was very funny, was very well done. No one else was doing it. He was a bit of an eccentric. And when you have eccentric people doing eccentric shows, wow, you've got a good show. And Dr. Stewart was very, very good. And I remember about 2 or 3 weeks ago, who was on it? Was it Melvin or was it Paul Morocco? I'm not sure.
Melvin, we had Melvin Altuag on.
Yes.
Paul Morocco on as well.
Aye, and they were talking about Dr. Stewart, and and someone went, "I know you're going to dig this," and that was a reference to Dr. Stewart. I know you're going to dig this.
It's Paul Morocco's video.
But what is behind that is that Dr. Stewart got to the level of, he was the first person that I saw with a massive professional PA. And he used to go out and dance and do shows to his own music. Now, he was doing slow motion about the same time as me. And pop.
What do you mean by his own music? What do you mean by his own music? He used to make
music? Yeah. This is going, I know you're going to dig this. And be, oh, that was Dr. Stewart. But basically, it was a track called Oh Yeah, right? Oh Yeah. And he used to go out, push the button, oh yeah, I know you're going to dig this. And he had went into a studio, written a song, recorded the song, and he was doing that on the pitch. It wasn't backing, it was his own song, and it was called Oh Yeah. And that was the track he did the slow motion to. And so it was him singing, him talking, it was his music, it was his own track. and it was called Oh Yeah, I Know You're Gonna Dig This. And he would do slow motion and carrying on after 10 years. He's in a film with Bruce Willis, and, you know, he
The
was
Fifth
becoming
Element.
a superstar. Yeah, man. Dr. Stewart was great.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but amazing things about the guy. Nothing but amazing things about the guy.
So to share a pitch with a guy like Dr. Stewart and then find out, oh, I was split pitching. So we became friends. I bumped into him. Amy Saunders Misbehave. She brought her cabaret show to Edinburgh 3-4 years ago, and she got Dr. Stewart to be part of the show. And for about 25, yes. And I had, for about 20 odd years, I had this Edinburgh Festival program that Dr. Stewart was on the front cover. And it was taken down on the mound. And it's just Dr. Stewart with his top hat. And I saw him after the show and went, hey, Stu, oh, Silver. I went, I've got something for you. 20 years ago, and he's on the front page at Edinburgh Festival. I went, I've had it. I think you should have this. And that was the last time I saw Dr. Stewart.
Was he an influence on you?
No.
No, you had your own style by then. You knew your
because I was a robot. I was doing the robotic dancing with a bit of body popping, and it was more serious. Dr. Stewart was a humorous, funny show. I went out there to impress people with my movements, what I could do, and Dr. Stewart would be going out there with his movements to make people laugh. I went out there with my movements to make people go, fuck, and did you see what he's just done? Wow, you know, the head movements.
You're a funny guy as well. You know, you're a funny guy. You do comedy. I've seen you.
Yes.
Although your dancing is incredible, your show when I watched it, however many years it was, when you got off with my girlfriend at the time in the Jackson mask. I was you didn't get off with her. You have a routine. You know the thing I'm referencing. I make it sound much worse than it is. I'm sorry.
No
I do apologize to you. That's a comedy show. You were a comedy before. You were funny as fuck.
Yes, but along with the comedy, there was some serious dancing, if I can call it that. Some serious dancing. Yes. So there was serious dancing, and the comedy would be if I picked up a small kid, or if I got a good-looking girl out as a robot.
You had the routine when you sat down on the amp, you smoked a cigarette. You know, my dog is dead. I love that dog. Mm-hmm. And then the music changes. You know, you're not smoking a cigarette anymore. You're smoking a joint. And
yes.
You had set built routines, no?
But that took years to end up like that.
Okay, so even now, we're looking when you're split pitching with Dr. Stu, we're looking at maybe 95 around that sort of time.
Oh, roughly? We're talking 89 or something like that.
Oh, much earlier. Okay.
Oh God, so
when does your show start gaining? I mean, I don't mean these routines, but I mean those kind of routines. When does your show start becoming this kind of show?
As in a good quality show that people would want to book me.
Yeah.
I would
say
start
beginning middle end, you know.
1990 to 91. That was when I was.
Why?
Because I took less. I started to pay less attention to being by putting a lot of effort into my movement and my dancing and going, look what I can do. And I would concentrate more on trying to get laughs. And that progressed. Whereas it ended up, I didn't need a silver face and I would go out and just piss about. But that took a few years before I had the confidence to take off this mask, because I started the show with a mask on, the silver face. I could piss about and eventually forgetting my makeup, didn't have this. I had to do a show, and I progressed that way until eventually I didn't have a silver face, and I was going out doing an improvisation dancing show with set 2 or 3 set routines that I knew worked. So I stopped being this serious, oh, clack, 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 look at that, and going, hey, oh, there's a kid, and trying to make it more of a funny show instead of a very serious robotic show.
So that's something I really want to get into, but there's something that's just come to my mind. I watched a video of, is it Busker Fest 89 or 88? Is it a Canadian festival that you were at?
Oh, that was 92 in Wellington.
Okay, so by 92, you have the show. You have a show that's more similar to the show I've seen, which is this constructed start, middle, end with routines, to the show you were doing in 87, say.
Yes, in 92, I still had a silver face, though.
Yeah. And so what was it like going to this festival? Because it seemed like some pretty legendary characters there.
It was the first time I met Tony. Well, basically, it was my first major gig.
And what was the gig? You can give the name, and because I'm only half remembering it. What was the name of the gig? Where was it? It
was Wellington Festival 1992, and it was on for 4 weeks. And they classified it. They called it World Busker Festival. World Busker Festival, and they went, oh, we've got 12 of the world's best buskers here. Come to Wellington and see them. And some of the acts were Lee Ross, Jonathan Park, Tony Livingspace, me, Lee Ross, Lee Hayes, Fish from Brighton, that sort of thing. And it was really good.
What was the experience like then?
Really, it was a highlight. First time being paid to be somewhere to do a show, and I'm in amongst 11 other people that were more experienced and had more years under the belt doing shows. And I just really thoroughly enjoyed watching the other shows. Especially Lee Ross, if I have to say a name.
Why?
Was like, what the fuck is he doing? Because he was a mime. I was classed as a mime. Don't forget, at 16 to 22, I worked in a power station. I didn't like circus. I didn't like clowns. But because I had a silver face, I was doing the robot, I was classed as a mime act. And then I went, yes, okay, I do that. I'm sure. And then I see Lee Ross do his mime show, and it blew me out the water. Because his technique was fantastic. 2, he was very funny. And 3, he was doing shit I'd never seen before. And then it turns out he had been trained at Lecoq, very well known, and he had the background, he had the training. But forget about that. His street show was just really good. Lee Hayes was doing his juggling. Tony Livingspace was doing his juggling. That was when Tony was a juggler, eh?
Tony Livingspace is, in my opinion, one of the greatest still working street clowns. He's there now, isn't he? In my opinion, at least.
I think that's my opinion as well. We both share the same opinion. He's very, very good. Very good.
Yeah. But let's get off Tony for now, because hopefully Tony will have a story at some point. Hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
We want to get Tony on the show. Hopefully we'll be able to get him. He's a difficult man to contact sometimes.
Because he's in jail. That's why he's difficult to get in contact with.
He's not in jail, but that's probably more amusing circumstance than I could think of.
That's even worse. He's escaped. Oh, my God. Tony's escaped.
I'm sorry, mate.
Okay.
So what was it like for you then? You're watching the acts, you're doing your act. Did you feel like you were equal to people? Did you feel insecure? What was your emotions during that time?
No emotions. My thoughts were, I am enjoying myself. I knew I knew I could hold my own. If I was doing my show, I would get a crowd. I held my own. The people that organized it didn't hire 12 shit acts. It was called the World Busker Fest or something like this. And no, I didn't. No, 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 no. Because it came to the point where Lee Ross came up to me and went, "How the fuck do you do that slow motion? Wow, Silverman, I love your slow motion." And here's me going, "You're shit hot. You're a top class mime, and you're telling me that my slow motion is better than, well, it was better than his." But it was how, so to get that compliment from someone that I think and is so good, it can't do you any harm but make you more confident.
Yeah, definitely. And so,
Yeah.
how did you feel coming out of that festival?
Uh, how did I feel?
Yeah, coming out of it,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
you
yeah,
just come out of
yeah.
the festival, you
Yes,
finished,
I
going back to the
understand.
world. Yeah.
Nothing, nothing particular, because I'd been sharing a festival. I'd been sharing a pitch with 12 performers. But for the last 4 or 5 years, I was sharing a pitch on the Liza plane with 4 or 5 performers. I was in Covent Garden sharing a pitch with 40 performers. I was in Paris sharing a massive space with about 12 different performers. So to come out of that festival wasn't going, "Oh, wow." No, I had already been in the scene for 4 or 5 years, hanging about pitches in Amsterdam, Covent Garden, and in Paris. So no, it was no big deal. I just had a good
Okay.
4 weeks,
You
and
mentioned
then I
Paris a
went
few
to
times, and
Melbourne.
it makes me okay. Would you like to talk about Melbourne?
Melbourne and St Kilda.
I
Uh,
don't know. It's you went
yeah,
there.
well, it was well. I flew from Amsterdam into Melbourne, Sydney to get the flight to New Zealand. And in the waiting room, in the waiting hall, in the hall that you hang about, I was just me. I had headphones on. There was a big window bay, and I just sat in the window bay, headphones on, and over in the seats there, I could see two people that kind of stood out. I mean, they looked like street performers, and one of them was Lee Ross, and one of them was Tony, and we're all going on the same plane. But I didn't go across to them and go, "Oh, hi, my name's Silver." I just sat there and went, "Well, I'll probably see them there. They're definitely street performers." It was Tony that made the first contact. And yeah, sometimes when you meet people, you hit it off, you click, 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 click. The flight from Australia to New Zealand, Tony had a seat next to Lee. Tony came to the back of the plane and we spent the whole flight together. He had the same taste in music, the same sense of humor, and it ended up we got two plastic cups, we got our headphones, we put a hole in the bottom, and we put the headphones into the cup. So we had these two cups playing hip hop and having a great crack. And that was the first time I met Tony. So after the 4 weeks in New Zealand, uh, got here's some cash. What I didn't know was I was hoping I had made some cash. I was hoping to get a single flight to Australia. Then I was told, "Oh, no, 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 no. You've got, before you fly into Australia, you've got to have a flight out." 1,200 quid. I arrived in Melbourne penniless, because the 1,200 quid, I thought, "Oh, I'll pay 200 or 300 to get to Melbourne, then I'll make more money. I'll go to Sydney." No, I couldn't get into Australia unless I had a ticket out. 1,200 quid. So I arrived in Melbourne skint. And Tony stayed in St Kilda. He was sharing the flat with two guys. One was a DJ. So I started doing shows at St Kilda, and I shared a flat with Tony. And I spent a month in Melbourne, and Tony got me gigs in clubs and pubs, and he got me a couple of gigs because he was doing magic as well then, eh?
Yeah, and was that a good time for you?
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, I love Melbourne. I love Melbourne. One of the best pubs in the world I've ever come across was called the SP, which was the Esplanade. And it was a 1920 wooden structure. It was quite close. It was next to the beach. Big, huge, old-fashioned Victorian wooden building, and it was a massive pub. You had the front pub at the back. You had a room for bands. It had upstairs. Through the back, you had a big space. There were 7 pool tables. You had a pool garden. And basically, I was never out the SB, never out the Esplanade bar. And that was in 92. And 30 years later, I go into a charity shop in Edinburgh because I buy my clothes from charity shops. I'm going through T-shirts.
Why not?
And I pick up this T-shirt. It's got Esplanade Bar, Melbourne, St Kilda. And I've still got it. Anyway, that was exactly what were the odds. So I spent a lot of time there. Melbourne, did shows at St Kilda. Went to Burke Street. That's now pedestrianised. So when we were doing shows there, there was trams going up and down, but we could get shows off. So went to Burke Street, and Tony and I would go back to back. And then Tony, and then Tony, after, I don't know, a week or 10 days, he whispered in my ear and goes, Silver, I've got a secret pitch. I've got a secret pitch. I'm going to take you to it. But you've really got to do what I say, as in, this only works if you... So I went, okay then, take me to your secret pitch that no one knows about. And it was outside the opera, outside the theatre, outside the opera. And what happened was, at half-time, at the break time, the show would be that, and everyone would come down to the bar. And because it's Australia, it's hot, everyone came out, and they were standing there, and Tony would start a show. Now, it was to the second. 15 minutes was the break. Then you had this coming out. It was about the show is about to start again. So everyone used to drink up and just piss off, right? But Tony would come out, do 13 minutes and hat it. And he goes, well, that's what you do. So my first show on the secret pitch, 15 minutes, they come out and I'm doing it and I've got it down. And 30 seconds before I finish, 30 seconds, the bell went for the show and everyone pissed off and I didn't make a penny. I was 30 seconds out of timing. And that's what Tony meant by going, you've got to do what I say, blah, blah. But I did it again and I kept my show. But I was 30 seconds too slow and I lost everything.
So, isn't that interesting? Because that's an experience of street work most people don't have. It's a situational show. It's a show that only works in a certain situation at a certain time. And most people in their pitchy kind of mind nowadays, it's even saying that everyone did it for us, so they didn't. Yeah. But, you know, most people don't seem to think of shows as being something that can be so situational. There's a 10-minute slot. I can make something to work in that place.
Oh, I've got better than that. Going to Sydney and Circular Quay. Wow. 7-minute shows. So how? Because people go to Circular Quay to catch boats, right? And it's packed. So Bike Boy does shows down there. So it's Circular Quay. And I went there and went, oh, wicked, all of these people. And I would start my show and I would be halfway through it. And my big audience, my tight edge, halfway through would en masse all walk off at the same time. Basically, they were all catching the boat. And basically, I got my show down to 7 minutes, showtime, boing, hat it, and then the bell would go off for the ferry. So I was doing 7-minute shows and making money at Circular Quay. And then Tony took me to Darling Harbour. And that's where you could do big shows. And zippings.
Okay, so what was that like?
Very warm, very open. You had to have quite a strong show. It was good. It was okay. Nothing special.
When you say you had to have a strong, when you said you had to have a strong show, why? What do you mean by you had to have a strong show?
Why? Because Covent Garden's quite enclosed. You've got the shops, you've got the pillars, but Darling Harbour, where the pitch was, you had an amphitheatre that Peter Post, I remember being there and Peter Post was doing shows there, but you had to be booked there. We weren't booked, we were just showing up, we were street performers, that's your space there. And there was nothing really about, there was no shops, there was nothing there. People would walk past and walk that, you had to stop them and hold your audience. So you could get shows off if you had a good, strong show. And if you could hold an audience for half an hour, that's good. And you would hat it and make cash. That was
and because it's a big space, I assume you can get a very big crowd.
Yeah. So Darling Harbour.
So that's why it was so good. If you can keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what were the crowds like? Was there a difference between the Australian crowds, the European crowds, to the, well, I suppose, the European crowds, the French crowds, the British crowds, the, you know?
Yeah. For me, no, because I didn't speak. Even though I had a silver face on, or if I didn't have my silver face on, je suis une mime. You know, I've got white gloves on, and I don't speak. So I know there's a difference. I'm aware of it. JP, Conrad, and all this. They're a difficult audience and all that. I didn't find any of that. Nothing. It could have been Covent Garden. It could have been the Pompidou. It just happened to be Darling Harbour. It was another pitch, and I was doing shows.
Isn't that interesting? It seems like what you're saying is you take the language away, then people are
what?
More similar.
Yes. And if I have to get into a deeper level there, this has got nothing to do with performing. The more you travel, the more you realize that people are basically all the same. Going to Sudan, going to Cambodia, going to Finland, going to Australia, we're all different, yes. But the more you travel, the more you realize we're all basically the same. And after living in Amsterdam, I would say 8 years. Some people say it's 10. I don't speak a word of Dutch. I lived in Paris. I don't speak a word of French. And I suddenly realized why a couple of years ago. And people would pull me up and not get angry going, what, you were in Amsterdam for 8 or 10 years and you can't speak Dutch? And I would go, no. And I would be going, well, why can't I speak in Paris? No. And it suddenly dawned on me, I was speaking to this person who had been in Paris for 6 months and they could speak French. And the reason is that when these people were working, they had to speak French. They had to learn. But when I was working, I put on a pair of white gloves and I didn't speak. So I had no need to speak French to make money. I had no need to learn Dutch to make money. I was a mime artist. But people who go to foreign cities to do jobs in bars, waitresses, and they learn to speak French after 6 months, that's because they have to make money. But for me to make money, I didn't have to speak French. I didn't have to speak Dutch. And that's why I don't speak
Isn't
French
it
and I don't
interesting
speak
that
Dutch.
but you seem to understand the people all the same? You probably
Yes.
it seems like you understood the people more than the people who came there and tried to use English. And you know, the people who are going there and speaking English and failing because people don't understand them, they still have all the physical cues and all the knowledge potentially of the human beings. But they
Yes.
seem, by the description, maybe to have less understanding of the situation than you did at the time. Because you can walk there and not have to look at them and expect them to give you verbal cues. You can read what's happening, right?
Yes, because don't forget, if you've got a talking show, is that a good word? If you've got a juggling show,
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you've got that kind
Talking
of
show.
show,
I think you were right the first
you
time. Talking show, because that's broad. It goes for all. I think you're right the first time. Talking show, because it's broad. It's you've got
yeah.
your jugglers, contortionists, everybody goes blah 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 blah.
If you're escaping from a straitjacket, if you're flipping a whip, if you're on a unicycle, you communicate and you talk.
Yeah,
And if you have got a very good show and it's funny and you make cash, if you're in Paris or if you're in Barcelona and half your audience don't speak or understand English, all your funny lines don't work, all the jokes don't work, and your show isn't going as smooth as well as it should be. But I didn't have that problem because I didn't speak.
yeah. So we didn't talk about it yet, and it's not necessarily in order, but we didn't talk about Paris. And I'm of an understanding that your life changed for many reasons from being in Paris. And
Oh,
so
yeah.
maybe now's a good time to talk about Paris. Talk about you going there, your experience there, what the place was
Uh-huh.
like. You know.
Certainly, Paris was a magical place at the time. And I'm not, Paris is a beautiful city. What I'm saying, the place that was magical was the Pompidou Centre, the Boubou, as the French would call it. And it was such a massive space, it was such a massive tourist attraction that I used to make my most cash there. Even though I had a flat in Amsterdam, what I would do, oh, it's pissing down for 2 or 3 days, I would jump on the train and go to Paris. And that is where I made my most cash and probably do the best shows at the Pompidou.
And what was it? And what was it like? Can you describe the Pompidou?
Ah,
And not not
I,
not just geographically, not just the architecture, although it's
no.
interesting, but all the qualities of it. You know.
Oh, the qualities. I'm sure it was Paul that was talking about. He was a China. He didn't say it, but he was. There was a girl. There was an act, and her whole act was basically climbing in and out a black plastic bag. Do you remember him telling you that? No, there used to be
I
an.
do. I'm yeah. I wonder whether it was Melvin or Paul. I'm
I reckon
conflating the
it
two
would be
interviews in my
Melvin.
head at the moment.
No, I reckon it
Yeah,
would be Melvin.
maybe. You
Mm.
know, I mean, after all, we are whining on.
But that's what you want.
Yeah,
But you've got to be aware that I'm aware that Lee Ross didn't drink Byron, and I'm having a couple of sips of wine. Because if you are projecting yourself and you're putting yourself for and you're putting yourself forward, did you know that I've got a star?
I've never
Uh,
noticed.
that you want to present yourself in the best possible light, in the most
Yeah,
professional way, in a professional way. So the best
yeah.
thing to do is for an hour and a half, I'll just sit here and talk to you.
Yes.
But you did say it's called Whining On, and if you want a good crack, you want to have a chat with stories, a glass of wine helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, very much so. And it's you know, the idea when I first came up with this was that it's when you finish the work at the end of the day, you finished at a pitch and you go to the bar and you sit down with someone who's a lot more experienced and wizened than you are, and they start telling you the stories of their life, and
Yeah.
that's kind of where this idea came from. So you're in Paris.
Yes. Can you just stick with the Paris bit?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
going
yeah,
off at a tangent.
yeah, yeah,
Your
yeah.
your job is to bring me back off the tangent. You were
I
saying,
feel like
"Oh,
I'm doing that.
you are doing it." After the day's work, the performers, we all went to the pub. And I remember at Covent Garden, I don't know what year it was, but a long time ago. And it must have been about 14. And as one or two people have said that we used to not take over pubs in Covent Garden, but because there was like 14, 15 of us all going at the same time, and the pub would be half empty, suddenly it would be full of all street performers. And it was in the Essex, which was our local just round the corner.
The the Essex Serpent, I believe, is the
Yes,
name.
yes,
Yeah,
yes. So we
yeah,
always went into the Serpent, right?
yeah,
And
yeah.
one of it's not a recollection, one of my moments,
Memories.
pardon,
Yeah. No, carry on. You chose your word better than I did.
one of my recollections of going, oh wow, have I reached that position, was Peppy being Peppy. Right now there's about 15 of us,
Before we
and
go on, can you describe who Pepe is for people who don't know? And I know most of you know. I know everyone who's watching knows, but maybe at some point in the future, someone who doesn't know might listen to this. So, yeah,
Pepe was a mime who was a very good mime. He wasn't the most together people. He wasn't that serious. He wasn't trained. Didn't go to a public school. Good background. The usual. But he was a very good mime. So he was a bit not. He was his own man, and he had a good show. And he used to do the biggest shows. Pepe used to fill the piazza, and he was a mime that would do outrageous things with people because he had that character. And after the day,
what was his
his
character?
character.
Because you say he had that character, and I know his
Uh-huh.
character, and you know his character, but some of the people watching they won't know that. So, what was his character?
Okay, his character show would be a lot of following. Pepe was a mime that would do a lot of following.
Yes,
He would have very few standard routines, as in being in the middle of the piazza. I'm going to spend 5 minutes doing this and that. No, Pepe was like that all the time, taking the piss out of people.
in the crowd
Sometimes
and the people walking past.
going too far, but he would pull it off, and it would be great.
Was his character
Anarchy.
a harsh character? Was he a nice character? Was he? And I don't mean him as a person, but I mean him as a performer when he's performing. Was the character a
Good.
nice guy? He was a good guy.
Yes.
No, he was a good quality performer. Was the character a nice guy? Was he a bad guy? Was he
His
mean?
character
Was he
what no, his character was a nice guy, because
okay?
you have to be a nice guy when you're going out there, and some old granny who's come back from the clinic and she's walking home, and if Pepe would fall in front of her, pretend to kiss her, you can't be Mr. Nasty. It's Mr. Nice. So when Pepe was doing his show, it was Mr. Nice, as in, I'm not going to harm you. I've stolen
But
your handbag.
he's doing outrageous things. No,
Yes. And that's how you get people's attention. That's what makes street theatre so special and so magical, is that the audience there know that that person that you've just done something that you've interacted with wasn't expected, wasn't planned. They haven't got a clue what's happening. There's 300 people all watching you pick a granny up. I used to sometimes pick up frail old grannies and all this. So, oh, he's doing what? Oh my God, is she going to? And then she would laugh. She would pick up your vibe. Nothing's going to happen. She would hear the audience laugh. And that's how Pepe would do his show. Mr. Nice, with outrageous things that he would do. So afterwards, at 6:30.
So you realise. So I'm just going to frame this now. You realise you've made it because of. As you made it in the sense of like you've been accepted.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we all go off to the Essex. There's about 14, 15 of us. I go in and all I hear is, Silver, what you wanting? And then I was drinking pints. I was a beer drinker, which I no longer am. And they don't sell heavy down in England, I would say. And I don't drink lager. It would be a pint of beer, please, right? Silver, what are you having?
Sale ale in those days?
Ale, okay, ale. A pint of ale. And Silver, what are you having? And so it's Pepe at the bar shouting to everyone what they want to drink. And he's bought around for 14, 15 people, right? So I've got my beer, the pub's there. And then I heard, Silver, it's your round. And I looked up and went, what? And then it suddenly occurred to me, out of all the acts, I had the second biggest show. So they were asking the person that made the second most amount of cash to buy the round. And I went, yeah, I'll go up. And it's the most expensive round I've ever bought in my life. I mean, we're going back 20, 30 years, and that round was about 48 quid. Can you imagine what the round would be? It would be about 110 quid. But that was...
Was this atmosphere then, that you all went to the bar together and that everyone chucked in?
They chucked in? Because
chucked in is and everyone put money in, and like the people who earned the most put more money in, and that was like the fair game kind of thing.
And, they would be kitties, but that would be between 4 or 5 people. No, I'm talking about 14, 15 people. Pepe's bought them all around, and the next round goes to who else makes the most cash. And Silver, it's your round, and then I went.
But was this regular? Was this a regular thing? Was that part of the culture?
Yes, going to the Essex, of course, but not buying drinks for 16 people at the same time. No.
This is a particularly big night.
Yes. And when they said, Silver, it's your round, I went, why me? And then it just suddenly dawned on me. And I looked around and went, yeah, I've got the second biggest show here. I make not as much as Pepe, but I'm the next one down.
And was that an important thing between everybody there? Was that something everybody paid attention to? Did people know what other people earned? And did people look and judge by that? Was that a thing, or?
Was it a thing? It's always a thing when people make cash, but it wasn't important. What was more important was what kind of show you did and how good your show was. And I cannot emphasize that enough. It was never about the hat. When people came off behind the pillars, you'd have 10, 12 performers going, that was a really good show. You see, when that drunk guy came out and you handled him, that was brilliant. Oh, the kid that started crying, that was a beautiful show. You had a great show. And when you came off, you were told, well, you would know that you had done a good show, but the other performers, that's a good show. That was a great show.
So was it regular people behind the pitch then? Did all the performers sit behind the pitch and watch the other performers perform?
Yes, which probably doesn't happen.
No, it doesn't. But all of them was like, would there be a group of 5 or 6 people, or would there be like the next 4 acts going on, or?
Oh, 3 or 4. Let's talk about the whole 11:30 to 6 o'clock. Everybody used to hang about because, as I explained, there was such a diversity in acts. And sometimes you would plan your day round on who's on when. If Pepe was on at 4:30, you're on at 12:30. Well, I'm going back at 4:15. There was you would plan your day on who was on when. And if Andre Vincent followed Pepe, you would stay there. But that's the atmosphere, and it was great. And it was never about the cash. It was more about the show. And the biggest compliment, or a good compliment, would be wicked show, Silver, or Pepe, that was great. Andre, that was great. Alex, that was great.
And
it was a good
so
show.
Did you know this thing? You walk off from a show, you can't, because I know the feeling. You walk off from a show, you're head up if it didn't go perfect. And then did people sit around and workshop with you and go, oh, it was interesting. Did you try this? And did you try this? And was that backstage, that behind the pitch environment? Because I think it is, basically. But I'm asking you open-ended.
Uh-huh.
Was it a creative force having those people there?
Yes, because they weren't all doing the same show. And they would go, oh, I liked how you did that. A good idea is perhaps next time you do it, why don't you try this? Or why don't you try that? So you're all
collectively, you're walking back behind the stage, and then you basically have a creative, I'm trying to find the right word for it.
Performers.
Yeah, that are helping you develop the work.
Helping, giving you advice, talking to you, giving you.
I mean, I don't mean it diminutive.
Oh, no. But yes, it would be a click. Yeah. Oh, that was a good show, and try this, and I've got an idea. Why don't you do that instead of this? And it was all very together, and there was such a diversity of acts. There was no competition, and the whole thing was when you came off, how good your show was. And if you came off doing a good show, that was it.
So I'm going to sound poncy here, and you probably didn't describe this as this back then, but you were being artists, right? It was about the work. It wasn't about the craft. It wasn't about the money. You were being artists, right?
Yes. It was all about how good the show was and what happened during the show. And when you came off, if you had a good show, people would tell you that was a great show. That was a good show.
Did you ever have instances of people earning a lot of money and having a bad show, or people earning very little money but having a very good show?
Yes.
Was the money an accurate guide of the quality of the work?
No. Oh no.
Why? Explain this. Explain a bit more.
Okay, if you're 8 feet up on a unicycle, you can't help but get a big crowd. If you've got a ground show and you're non-generic, doing something different like Microphone would do, Rob Ballard.
Explain Microphone very quickly. Explain his work, just really briefly.
Oh, really briefly. He had 3 or 4 shows. He would be the clown, he would be the conductor, where he would get 2 or 3 people out, they would play the instrument. Microphone now is doing his YMCA one, which rocks the house. But going back to your original question, which was the acts, the money, that nobody talked about the cash. They were more interested in what you did in your show, and that would be the conversation. But that slowly changed. And that changed to somebody would go out and do a show, nothing special, and the first thing they would come back and go, that's a good hat. And they would either say, that was a good show, with their heavy hat, or that's a good hat. It changed from that's a good show, or that's a good hat, and a good hat became a good show, when in fact perhaps it wasn't such a good show, but it was a good hat.
And that was potentially
when it kind of changed to became.
So yeah, that changed. So I'm looking at why that happened. Is that because he had a few really big guys who would come at the back of the pitch, do these really big hats, and be really excited by these big hats and go, fucking look, everyone, I made this. And then other people see that and they go, okay. Look, everyone, I made this. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm getting at?
Yeah. Yes. And so when Pete came off with a massive hat.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when Pete came off with his unicycle show and made a lot of money, people were going, oh, I'll do some of what he's doing. And that continued until you've got this scene now that you can be on a pitch. Let's say Edinburgh Festival, you've got 70 performers. You can safely say 50 of them are on unicycles doing the same show. And I've seen this more than once, and even Joanna has seen it. Finley's been brought up on, and it's quite a sad. It's not sad.
Joanna and Finley. Joanna's your wife, and Finley is your
Joanna's
son.
my wife, and Finley is my son. Yes. Where was I there about the hats and
shows, hack, generic, the changing? Even Finley, even Joanna has seen that when you go to the festival, there's 50 performers on a unicycle.
I remember being down the Mound during the Edinburgh Festival, and you had 3 pitches down at the Mound, and you had the unusual circumstance, the unfortunate, the uncomfy, that 3 performers were doing their finales at the same time. And they both had big edges. They were on the 3 pitches. They had massive edges, and they were all doing their finale at the same time. And guess what? They were all doing the same friggin' finale. Wow. Saying the same words, doing the same tricks, razor sharp machetes. 3 different individuals.
And what do you think about
that? It's not very artistic, is it?
Explain more. I want your opinion on this, detailed opinion on this matter. Because I find it
my opinion is they're performers, and I've got nothing against successful performers. Hey, we both know a couple of very successful, and we'll say those names after. But for 3 individual human beings who think they're creative, who think they're artists, call themselves performers, they're doing their finale, and there's 2 other people who are individual human beings doing exactly the fucking same thing. It's like being an artist and painting a great picture and going, I am unique. Look at the picture I've painted. And then you find out there's 2 people who have painted exactly the same picture, exactly the same way. What does that?
Let's be honest. The thing is, well, within our story, like Pete Malachek has painted a picture, and then it seems like everyone else has looked and gone, "That's a good picture," and they've painted the same picture. Yeah.
Yes.
Similar picture.
And then it ends up you've got 3 people painting a picture. And they're at the end of the picture, and they're all painting the same bit, the same way. And
so what's the solution? How do we get out of this vibe? Because you were at the beginning, you watched us create these collectively as a community, create these formulas, and you've watched them become endemic inside our community. They're everywhere now.
Yes.
What's the solution? How do we get back to the point of having a creative street culture? I mean, maybe you don't have the answer, but I feel like asking you.
Yeah. Is that a polite way of saying how do we get back to a pitch for 17 performers and they're all doing different shows? That's not going to happen. That's finished.
Well, that's what I'd like, personally.
That's finished.
As someone who is, you think so?
Oh, come on. Yes. That's finished.
Someone's put pandemic with a question mark. I think Mike Dada is hinting that maybe not a pandemic. We are in a pandemic. So maybe this pandemic will be the force that, creates some more experimentation on the street, maybe.
Nah, I don't think so.
Fair
That's
enough.
my
Yeah.
opinion. Because there's so many people that are coming onto the street right now that see it as a job, they see it as a career, and a job and a career equals cash, and they've seen how to make cash, they've seen how to do it. Are you trying to tell me that after this flu thing, they're going to completely change their act? No, they're going to go
No,
back
probably not.
to their unicycle. They're going to go back to 3 flaming torches. They're going to go back to shouting, "Oh, you've forgotten to take your parachute off." They're going to go back to what we. No, that's not going to come back.
Yeah, but
Which is a pity.
but Silver, I'm going to be kind of, I'm going to be a cutting interviewer at this point and say you told me that the first guy you ever watched, his name was
Frank
in
Olivier.
Amsterdam.
Yes.
Yeah, he was doing all these things before it became hack.
Yes.
So, is there a possibility that maybe the stuff he's doing is from a forgotten age where we did have hack before, and it kind of left and it went through culture and then it came back again?
I think I would answer that by, because Frank was American, he wasn't European, and it wasn't, his show wasn't to the degree of the generic as what we have today, because
So he sorry, Carrie. So he
no,
understood he understood how it worked, but he didn't do it the same way as everyone else did.
yeah,
You're
because
explaining your words. I'm interrupting.
no
I'm
no
really
no
sorry.
no
I'm
no
so
no no
interested in this.
he was naturally funny, naturally gifted, knew what he was doing. He'd obviously been trained, been doing it for years, juggling for 10 years, and he was doing it in a really good way. And he would be doing really good shows. And when I went to Paris, I wouldn't see a show like that. Go to Covent Garden, I'd probably see 1 or 2 shows like that. Now you go to Covent Garden, and there's 10 people all doing that. It was very new then, very new.
Yeah, and so I feel like asking the question again: what's the solution? But I suppose there isn't one from your point of view.
Not from my point of view, no, because you want to go back 25 years, and that's impossible, because 25 years ago it was a wee bit untogether, and it was such a good fun, and it was such a good time, and people fell into street performing then. They discovered it by accident, like myself, and they didn't plan, "Oh, I'm going to be a street performer." They fell into it. So it was new and it was fun, and we treated it that way. And basically, it wasn't the money, it was the show. And the money that you made then was to sustain a lifestyle.
You doing the show. It was to keep you doing the
Yes.
shows. Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep you on the road.
And yes. And my lifestyle at the time was, I used to party a lot and I used to travel a lot. I used to love Paris, used to go everywhere. And to be able to afford that, I would do shows. And that paid for my lifestyle. I didn't see it as a job. It saw me being able to go to Paris, to go
Did
to
you
the
see
south
yourself
of France.
But did you see yourself as an artist?
After a while, yes, but not at the
Did you
beginning. No.
feel? Did you feel like you had a responsibility to convey something to an audience? Did you feel like they're watching me, they're taking stuff in, I should say something?
But I didn't speak.
But I mean, say some. I mean, say something as in like you have content. When you hold up a sign saying "I love you," you're not speaking.
No.
You're saying a lot. You're saying a lot by that.
That's after my silver face, where my whole 45-minute show would be pissing about.
Yeah,
And
but that's what I'm talking about.
Uh-huh.
Do you see yourself as an artist in that point? Are you thinking,
yes,
what can I say?
Not so much
Cool,
what
and
can I say, how can I make people laugh? How can I make them stay there for 45 minutes? How can I make them give me cash afterwards? How can I make them go, oh, wow, how the hell did he do that? Or how can he do that? That is where I'm kind of coming from.
yeah. So my responsibility as an interviewer is that I've got to keep us on track. And the
Yeah.
thing long ago, we've gone off track. We've had a wonderful journey off track. I think we've talked about some really interesting stuff, really genuinely. Some moments in the last few, like the 10 minutes we're talking, I think is the most interesting stuff I've heard on the subject of street performance and the change in that.
Mm-hmm.
But my job, Paris. Talk about Paris. I mean, it's a long interview. I need to leave for a moment. I will be back. But please talk about Paris. I've got the headphones. I can hear you. Tell the story about that. That's the thing we need to go back to.
Right. Tell the story about Paris. It's not so much a story about Paris, it's what Paris was like back in the late 80s and the early 90s, that the Pompidou had such a large space. I remember there used to be six shows happening at the same time. Six at the same time. Covent Garden, during the summer, you'd have split pitching. There'd be two shows happening at the same time. At the Pompidou in Paris, it's such a large area. There were six shows happening at the same time. One of them used to be a wee Japanese girl, and her show was used to put on some tin foil. She used to have a tiny wee tape deck, and her music was Yoko Ono. And if you know anything about Yoko Ono and their music, it is painful. But that was what she did. And her whole act was climbing. She used to have a big black rubbish bag, and her whole show, I'm sure Elvin talked about this, she would be artistic with a avant-garde, not so much dance, but basically climb into this plastic rubbish bag and come out. It would take her 15 minutes to Yoko Ono screaming and yelling in the background. And
It sounds absolutely surreal.
Fuck, tell me. Come on,
And
surreal.
how did the audience take this? Did the audience look confused? Did they watch it like an art crowd and go, stroking the chin, or
stroking the chin, standing there, and she got an edge. She never got a massive edge, she never got a massive crowd, and she never made lots of cash. But in between my shows, when I used to take a break and walk round, I was just saying sometimes there were six acts happening at the same time. And when I finished mine, I would go up and have a wee look. And I always made a point of putting 10 francs in her wee hat. Always. And I made friends with her. Not a word of French, not a word of English. But because it was so surreal, it was so different, it was artistic, it was climbing in and out a rubbish bag, I would go out my way, not every single day, that would cost me a fortune, but I would go out my way and make sure that she didn't see me. I would always put cash, and that's the act. So you had people climbing it, she used to climb in and out of bag. You had me doing the robot. You had the fat man, who's a street legend. You had a guy called Pony down the bottom. Cotton was doing shows there. You had sword swallowers, escape artists, and you had a guy called the Banana Man. And it was just such a large space, so many tourists going there, and you could have six shows happening at the same time.
You met your love in Paris, am I right?
No.
No?
No. I was busking outside the bank on Times Square, busking outside.
This is Amsterdam. Okay.
In Amsterdam, February, and Joanna would be able to tell you January the 14th or something. No, January the 18th. Basically, Joanna with 3 friends. Joanna's from Bordeaux. Joanna's in a car with her 3 friends at midnight. It's one of her friends' birthday. And Joanna, being Joanna, went, oh, let's go to Amsterdam. And at 12 o'clock, sitting in a car, not knowing what to do for Cecile's birthday, they drove to fucking Amsterdam and stayed there for 5 days. And they were tourists. They saw me busk. And when they walked past me, Joanna stopped. And her 3 friends went, come on, Joanna, hurry up. And she went, no, I've got to see this guy. I think he's great. And unknown to me that Joanna had trained at the Bordeaux Academy of Dance. So she was a bloody dancer. And she wanted to stay and watch my show. And her friends were going, come on, let's go to a coffee shop. And she was, no. And then 2 days after that, by 1,000,001 chance, I talked about the bar, Hunter's Bar, special bar. I was in there, and the 3 French tourist girls met up with 2 French guys, and the 2 French guys as well. Hey, we'll take you to one of the best pubs they've been to. We're going to take you to a good pub tomorrow night. We'll all eat up. So they 2 guys brought the 3 French female tourists into Hunter's Bar, and I'm in the bar, and Joanna's at the other end, and she's, oh, that's the guy that was, well, that's the dancer, that's the mime artist. And she just basically stared at me for 20 minutes, and I'm at the bar going, oh my God. She was beautiful, she was gorgeous. And after 20 minutes of a girl just staring at you like that, it's on the way to the toilet, went for a pee and said hello, and that's how we met. She came into the bar. And last year, I came up with the idea of, I asked her
first,
when
how long have you been married now? How long have you been married?
Only 20 years. 20 years.
Yeah,
but
so
it was 30 years of celebrating the very evening that Joanna walked into Hunter's Bar and we first met, and it was 30 years ago. And I came up with the idea of going, hey, let's go back to Amsterdam on the same day, 30 years, and we'll go to Amsterdam and we'll celebrate that. And after 30 years, one thing I've learned, everything changes. People change, pubs change, cities change, everyone's changing. But the good news for us, 30 years ago, special time, 1988 and all that, there were still 7 people in Amsterdam that were still there. So when we went there, we had 7 or 8 friends that were there 30 years ago. And we'd been married for 20 years. But that was the day that Joanna walked into Hunter's Bar. And we celebrated by going back on the same day in 30 years to the day.
It sounds beautiful. So
it is.
I'm trying to. I mean, we've been talking for 2.5 hours now.
Oh no way!
So yeah, 2.5 hours.
Is that 2.5 hours?
So,
oh no! Shit! Hold on! I need to. Oh no,
what,
that's bad.
Have you left an egg on the boil?
No! I don't like that. That's far too long because.
No, it's not at all. Not at all.
It is because there's certain things that I want to cover. Pardon?
Well, we're not ending. It's okay. I'm not saying this is the end. Don't panic. I'm just saying.
But 2.5 hours. That's quite long.
But Silver, look, the people. I'm looking at the camera now. Okay, so I'm speaking to the people watching. You guys, like the people who are watching it, you've been here from start to finish because you found them interesting. I think. Graham,
and
the things you said have been interesting.
3 people still watching or something?
No, we have 6 people watching now, and we've had 6 people watching the entire video. And I'll be honest, you don't feel bad. We have about 10 people watching live for most videos, and then we get 500, 600, 700 people to 1,000, 2,000 people watch after.
Right.
So this is very normal for what's going on. Even that, the people who are watching haven't left because you're interested.
Right. 2 and a
The
half
stuff you're
hours.
saying is deep. I know. We chatted for a while. Let's get back onto the interview.
Yes.
So, I want to talk about you now and the short time before, and why you're not. I mean, I would say you're not a busker now necessarily.
No.
Yeah,
I'm
is
off
that
the street.
unfair? Exactly, but I don't want to talk about that yet. I want to leave a space open for anything else you want to talk about before we get to that point of the story.
Yeah.
So, is there other stuff you want to talk about before we get to kind of the story leading up to now? So you know what I mean. You understand what I'm getting at?
Yes, as in leading up to the show that I took round the world and get booked for, and what I'm known for. And as someone came up to me about 2-3 years ago, and they're a juggler, I'm not saying his name, but he was going, "Oh, I'm so pissed off, and I apply for festivals, I'm applying for gigs." And I went, "Oh, but that's okay." And he went, "But Silver, you've got a name. I don't." And I took that as a compliment. I hadn't really thought of it, but you've got a name. I don't. I went, "Oh,
There's
wow,
a thing. Let's say this again.
that was a
There's a thing
compliment."
about your feet. Your feet have been seen in pictures around the world, right?
Yeah.
Can you explain
Trademark.
Well, I'm saying that and you understand it and I understand it, but maybe other people don't. What do I mean by that?
Okay, part of being a robot, you have silver face. And what I used to do was spray my trainers silver. So I had silver shoes, silver face, and it got to the point where I wasn't really bothered about the pavement, and I would spray my shoes before start my show, and it actually became not part of my show; it became part of my routine. I go out there, put on my silver face, do that, get my sounds ready, and before I start my show, I polish my shoes. I spray my shoes silver, and it leaves a footprint. So if I was doing a show in Paris, there'd be silver footprints there. There'd be silver footprints on the West Piazza. There'd be footprints on the Eliza plane. There'd be footprints all over Europe. And I think one of the best stories was Gareth, the mighty Gareth. So he's traveling through Belgium, and I think he gets to Antwerp or something like that. And he's looking about, and he wants to do a show, and he can't find a pitch, or he's looking somewhere, and he sees my silver footprints and goes, "That's the pitch." And he saw the silver footprints and went, "Oh, this is where the pitch is." And it's become a bit of a trademark. And
what a beautiful thing to have. And I'll be honest, I've experienced that. I've come to a pitch and I've seen silver feet on the floor, and I've gone, okay, they're still there.
this is where you do a show.
Yeah. So, any other stories you want to tell? Any other interesting things in the interim that you feel like you have to get on the record now? This is the opportunity.
Yes, and I've got this here, right? And we've all heard the Busker Hall of Fame, right?
If you haven't, Google Busker Hall of Fame. It's an amazing collection of stories between buskers. Originally housed by Robert Nelson, the Butterfly Man, a person I never met or knew, but who I'm pretty confident for other people is an amazing guy.
Yes. And the Busker Hall of Fame was basically his idea of going, "Hey, man, we're a bunch of crazy people. We're traveling the world doing crazy shit, making cash. We're a bit eccentric. And the stuff that we get up to is pretty unusual. Why don't we collect those stories?" So he started stories from the pitch, Busker Hall of Fame. Let's get all these people in. And I have to put my hand on my heart and say that when I was asked to do it, it was a massive compliment. I can't, I think I'm number 61, episode 61. But what happened there was I was in Dubai, and it was a Sunday morning, and it was 9:30. The Busker Hall of Fame had been going for maybe 2 years. It was up to number 45, 49 Everyone had been on it. I knew them all. I'm thinking to myself, Basketball Hall of Fame, that would be really good if I was asked. 9:30 on a Sunday morning in Dubai, Guy Collins and Kim Porter, I think it was Guy that went, are you up for doing the Basketball Hall of Fame? Oh, of course I am, yes. Well, we'll be ready in about half an hour. I went, half an hour? Wait a minute, you want to talk about 30 years experience, stories, and I've got... It ended up being quite a good interview, but I had no time to prep. I had no time to think. It was just Guy Collins going, hello, your name's Silver. And I was in Paris. I wasn't doing shows. And the first time I saw you, you were doing shows. You were one of the first performers I saw. I was in Paris. I didn't know that. And that's how
well,
it
that's a
started.
nice thing.
Yes.
And Guy Collins is like an award-winning performer.
But I've known Guy for over 20 years, and he didn't tell me that. And he goes, oh, I was in Paris, and I saw you do shows there. Wow. So I had nothing planned. And because of the lockdown and my 2-year, it wasn't a journal, it was a collection of beer mats that were put onto a bit of paper. And I read that for the first time a couple of weeks ago after 30 years. 30 years, it's just been lying there. And because I knew this was happening, not just because of this, it was 9 weeks. It's a good time to open up this book that I haven't opened up in 30 years. So I have put things down, and you're asking me,
now's the time. I mean, I'll be honest, every single person who's watched us has been watching us now for 2.5 hours. You are more than welcome this moment to look to your notes.
Notes, yes. Yes. Finlay, can you put on the big light, please? Thank you.
No worries. Silver has been preparing notes for quite some time for the interview.
No,
please,
I've spent 30 years. I've got folders of notes. Folders, and
let me feel special.
You be special. How are you going to be special?
By spending time with a special individual like yourself. Please tell me the stories you have, my man.
Stories. I nearly died when I was 20 years old. I was staying in a flat up at Marchmont near the Meadows. There was 7 of us in the flat. One of the flatmates went, hey, Graham, I'm away down to London for 3 days. Do you want to hire my car for 3 days? I went, yeah, sure, I'll hire your car. So he goes off. It was a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Friday, I get a phone call. And this is in the centre of town, quite close to the Queen's Hall, just up for the... And there used to be a petrol station there next to the Queen's Hall, just around the corner. Used to be a petrol station. And
can you give the streets? Do you know the streets of it? Just for people 100 years from now, if they listen to this, so they know where it was. You know the streets?
South Preston Street.
There you go. Carry on, my friend.
South. And people that know Edinburgh, think of the Queen's Hall. It's at the top, and it's on a corner. It's next to the Meadows. It's next to Dick Vet, which is now called Summer Hall, which has become famous during the festival. So just around the corner from Summer Hall. And in those days, you had small petrol stations in the middle of the town. So on a Friday night, I get a phone call, are you coming down? I went, yes. I'm coming out the Meadows. I'm going towards the Queen's Hall. I'm going down to Leith Walk, and I can see the smoke coming out. But what I should say, before I saw the smoke coming out the car, I went, I've got to go to a petrol station. So I was driving to the petrol station next to the Queen's Hall, and there was smoke starting to come out the front of the car. And I went into the petrol station. There was 3 pumps, and don't forget, back then Rambo had just come out, and Rambo was a fashion. And one of the most famous scenes in Rambo is he's walking through a town. The cop goes, "Get out of town." Rambo takes it the wrong way, comes back, and he blows up the petrol station. And that was a big scene. Anyway, I pull into a petrol station. I'm in the middle pump. I open up the bonnet of the car, and suddenly flames about 10 feet high. This car was on fire next to a petrol pump. There was a bus stop opposite that was full because it was about 5:30, 6 o'clock at the tea time rush. And I just opened it, and then suddenly, because of the air, there was flames. The car was seriously on fire. The bus stop across the road, they started to scream. They ran for their lives. And I know what was going through their head. Everyone had seen the Rambo film, and he had blown up the bloody petrol station. Inside the petrol station, there was a camper van full of a family. They ran out screaming for their lives because a car on fire in a petrol station, and I shit myself. And in the old days, you had a red bucket for water, and I goes to that, and I spilt it. I went, "Oh no, what am I going to do?" And I looked inside to where you went to pay in the wee shop bit, and the girl was screaming, running past me. Everyone was running for their lives. And at that point, I saw a fire extinguisher. And it's very true what they say, your life passes in front of your eyes. But I've got bad news for you. It's not in order. I had my life.
You saw wait. You saw a what? Sorry, your video paused me. You saw a. So you saw a. The lady ran past you, and you saw a.
I saw my life flash in front of my eyes.
Wow.
But the bad news is it does happen when you're about to die and you've got 2 seconds before your boom, you do see your life flash between your eyes. The bad news is it's not in order. Oh, the shit that was coming up when I was 12 years old, and that it's not in order. It's bad news. I eventually got the fire extinguisher and covered the car in white foam. I've got a car covered in white foam in a petrol station that's completely empty. There's a camper van with 4 doors open. There's no one there. And I'm going, I've got no car insurance. I haven't passed my driving test. I've got no insurance. I shouldn't have this car. How do I get this car out? So at 20, I nearly died because my car caught fire in a petrol station and everybody was screaming and running for their lives. That was pretty mental. I saw a live exorcism. Somebody was conducting a live exorcism. I saw one, and that was on the lights are playing. You've got all these performers that put up on Facebook. I've performed in 24 different countries. Oh, I've performed in 36 different countries. What I want to do is, how many different countries have you been arrested in? I have been arrested in 6 different countries. One of the times I was arrested was in Paris. I pulled a handgun on 4 French policemen. And the reason how I got to that position was I used to stay in a place called the Republic when I used to stay in Paris. And it's about a half-hour walk to the Pompidou. And part of my show was to get a water gun. A water gun, I used to use it for a 30, 40-second visual gag. It was important to me. I needed a water gun. So I actually walked all the way to the Pompidou. I came across 3 toy shops, and not one of them had a water pistol. And I went into the third one. I'm quite close to the Pompidou. I went, I don't have a gun. And the only gun they had that would do for my show, that would be funny, was a replica of a Magnum 45, the world's most powerful handgun. Anyway, so I'm doing a show at the Pompidou, and I'm about 2 minutes away from the edge, from the end, and the Pompidou has got a slope going down. I was up the top, and I had a big edge. I was doing well. I was great. I was great. Sorry, the show was going well. I had a tight edge, lots of people, and I'm 2 minutes away from going, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I do for a living. I'm 2 minutes away from making my money. I've worked hard for over half an hour. And then I'm in slow motion. I'm doing my slow motion. And as I'm doing my slow motion, going, well, I've got 2 minutes to go, I'll do that. 4 policemen broke through my edge, and the 4 of them just came up to me like that. I went, bah, spectacular. See, go there. As in, you can't do a show here. Stop your show and do it down there. And the 4 of them like that. And I went, yeah. No problem. J'ai fini in 2 minutes. I finish in 2 minutes. So the 4 cop went, okay. So they turned around and they're walking out my edge. As the 4 cops get to my edge to walk away, I'm still in slow motion. I'm going, it would be funny to get a gun out to pretend to shoot the police. So that's what I did. As soon as they turned their back and they were walking away in slow motion, because slow motion, I got out the gun, replica of the world's most powerful handgun. I got it like this, and they're going away, and I'm going to do this, right? I'm going to do that. And I got as far as this. I got as far as that, and the smallest cop, just by chance, bad luck, turned round to see what I was doing. And in slow motion, I've got a Magnum 45, and I'm doing that. And he shit himself. Then the 4 cops came running at me, and I'm in this position, the gun, hand, and it should go in like that, right? Now I'm up here going over, and there's 4 policemen running at me full time. They're going to kill me. And what went through a hand? Do I just go drop the gun and go, no, the show must go on. And I just kept going, and I got as far as that. And that was when the 4 policemen came on me, kicked me to hell, pulling a gun. They thought it was a real gun. They just dragged me off. I was arrested. My boombox, my tape deck, my bag, my passport was there, and they just dragged me off. And I ended up.
Do you think they were terrified?
Pardon?
Do you think they were terrified?
Christ, it was a replica of a Magnum 45. I don't blame them.
Convincing.
It wasn't it wasn't a toy gun. It was a replica. It was an expensive. I was a wee bit pissed off because I was wanting to pay 2 or 3 quid for a water gun, but I'm paying 7 or 8 quid for a replica Magnum 45. It was a gun. So I ended up handcuffed in a French cell, handcuffed to the wall. I had been beaten up. Didn't know what was going to happen, and the wee cop that turned back, he came in, opened the door, he closed it, and he came up to me. I'm handcuffed to the wall, a shirt's like this, and he ripped my shirt open and went, "You pull a gun on me, motherfucker." I'm handcuffed to the wall, punched me in the stomach twice really hard, pull a gun on me, got his gun out, cocked it, and he put it right against my forehead when I'm handcuffed to the wall. Pulling it on me. So yeah, I was arrested for pulling a handgun.
So for him was probably when he looked at the gun, it must have terrified him.
Of course.
And it must have sat with him. Yeah, it sat with him so much that he thought, "Fuck you, I'm going to make you feel like this."
Yes, I think I learned my lesson, But I did try. I tried very hard to get a water pistol, and I couldn't get a water pistol, and I ended up with a Magnum 45, and I pulled it on 4 policemen, and I didn't stop. So yeah, I pulled a gun on 4 cops there. In Bologna, Joanna got a job in Bologna, outside Bologna. So we moved to Italy when Finlay was 7, just starting his primary 7. And you know all the hoo-ha, you can't take kids out of school. So I went up to the school and went, my wife's got a job in Italy, we're moving to Italy, what's the script? And she went, Finlay hasn't started primary 7 yet. I went, no, there's no problem then. If he hasn't started, he can go. So Finlay did his primary 7 in Italy, moved to Italy. I had to go there and work, and I'm busking.
I was working in Italy then.
Oh, different times, different times of when people come out, and a different way on how I could interact with the audience. I couldn't be so forceful.
Why were Italian people different?
Because of the females.
Explain.
If I was in Covent Garden, if I was in Paris, if I was in Amsterdam, I would have an edge. I would make eye contact with a girl and go, right, I'm going to do a gag with her. And I would make eye contact, and I could go up to her in slow motion and take ages, or I would make eye contact with a female on the front edge there, and she wouldn't move. And it's like, oh, I'm part of the show. And when I got to Italy, halfway through the show, if I made eye contact with a girl, she would jump and hide behind her boyfriend. I hadn't even started the gag. I just made eye contact. I think she picked up. I'm going to do something. She would hide behind her boyfriend. They're very...
Is that potentially because they live in a society where the guys are maybe slightly more aggressive sexually than we are here?
No. I think you're using the wrong word. It's not aggressive. Macho.
Macho, yeah, forceful.
Yeah.
They're more
macho, and that's my girl. And because it's Catholic in Italy. Yeah, so I had to change my show slightly. But the biggest changes were the times when you can do shows. Here, you can do shows 12:30 to 7:30. But in Italy, because of the heat, people come out about 10:30 to 12:30. So your show times are in the morning, 12:30, 10:30ish to about 12:30. Then the streets go empty because they all go for lunch. And then about 7 till 8, they come out. And that's when you do your evening shows. So you've got different times that you can do shows. I was in Bologna, and it's got a big, huge Piazza Maggiore. And you're aware that in the UK, we've just got the police, eh?
Yeah.
You're aware that in Paris, you've got the police and you've got the CRS.
No, I didn't know that, but I do now.
No, right. Okay, so there's 2 law enforcements that walk the streets in Paris. One of them's called the police, one of them's called the CRS. The police are the police as we know. Something happens, the police come and they deal it out. They deal with the situation. They make an arrest, they tell you to move on, the police and all that. But when you have a really difficult situation, if you have maybe 10 people, 10 guys pished, and they're all out for a fight, it's not the police that come, it's the CRS. And the CRS have got guns, they've got jack boots, they've got a uniform that is all one colour, jack boots, and basically it's like a soft army. They're not fighting in Afghanistan. They're tougher than the police and stronger, and you can fuck with the police. You can fuck with the police, but you do not fuck with the CRS. They're a more severe police force, if you see what I mean. So Italy.
So in Italy, you have the same thing.
Yes.
How many do you have in Italy?
Pardon?
How many do you have in Italy then? Is it the same?
It's just the same. You have the Polizia, and instead of the CRS, they're called the Carabinieri.
Carabinieri.
Yes. Oh, you speak better Italian than me. As I said, I'm a mime. I don't speak Italian. I lived in Italy. I don't speak Italy. I don't speak French. And I'm
Do you know
not
the
very
history of the Carabinieri? You know where they come from? They were Mussolini's death squads.
right. Wow.
Yeah, and when they got rid of Mussolini, they kept the Carabinieri.
Yes. Now, do you understand? You're understanding you've got a police force that walk about, but if a situation gets a wee bit too serious for the police, it's the Carabinieri, it's the CRS. Now, I was busking in this big piazza, and it's not isolated, but it isn't a road, but you can walk around it, right? And when I was there, it was after the terrorist attacks, and round this piazza, you had this army jeep, and every 15 minutes, this army jeep would just drive round and stop. 15 minutes, drive round and stop, and that was the army. Inside that jeep, there was two guys, sunglasses. The driver had black gloves. They had black gloves. They had sniper. They had sniper rifles. They're in an army truck. They're army. They've got sniper guns. And I'm going, well, what's the reason for these army guys go? Oh, because they're terrorists. Plus, there's a priceless work of art in that church there. So every 15 minutes, they would just drive. So that was it. I'm doing a show. So I see this army truck. I've got a water gun. I start to take the piss out of them. They didn't like it, but they didn't show it at first. Then the police would drive past, and I would stop the police car and do something with the police car or something like that. So basically, I'm building my edge, and I'm doing very well. And my edge and my audience is behind me, and the cars are going past there. So I'm interacting with the cars, the police car, and the army. But my edge and a show's there. So I turned. So I'm performing to my edge. I see the army truck doing its usual. That went, oh, I'll piss them off again. So I turn my back to audience, and then the army truck stops, and the two guys came out. And you know how you can tell how some people are pissed off by how they close their car door. Oh, these guys in the army, they closed their truck as if they were fucked off. So they're walking towards me with the glasses, the gloves, the sniper, the army. And then the Cabanari car shows up, and two of them, they're coming out and they're walking towards me, and they're not happy. And then a police car stops, and two policemen get out, and they're not happy with me. So someone's obviously has made a phone call, and I'm standing there going, I've got two policemen, no happy. I've got two Cabaneri, no happy, and I've got two army guys, and I've got six of them walking towards me, wanting to do me harm or to do that. And hats off, the crowd just started to go slow hand clap, maybe 200-300 people, and the six of them came close. I think and then they went away. The audience were doing a slow hand clap, going, "Hey, the guy's a pantomime. Don't take him too seriously." But I had the police, the Cabaneri, and the army coming to get me, and it was the audience that told them to. I thought that was quite good.
Yeah, I do think that's an amazing story. You know,
Yeah.
to see the Carabinieri, the Financier, and the police both converging on one place
at the same time to hassle the same one performer. Wow.
Yeah.
I've asked Axl Rose to come for a beer. Have you heard of Mr. Nice? Howard Marks, Mr. Nice.
Only. Yeah, I've heard of most.
Mr. Nice, how Howard Marks, he was Britain's most wanted man, big drug dealer,
International
MI5,
kingpin.
MI6. Pardon?
International drug kingpin, yes?
Yes. And when he came out of jail, he wrote a book called Mr. Nice. It got that big and he got that famous that he came up to he was doing a show at the Edinburgh Festival. He did a 3-night talk. I went out my way and asked him, I went, Howard, and I asked him one question. What's your favourite hash in the world? Because he was a massive hash smuggler that was involved with MI. So I've spoken to Mr. Nice. It turns out someone pointed out to me that I'm in the book Train Spotting. I'm not sure.
You're in the book Train Spotting?
I'm in the book Train Spotting,
how
yeah.
So?
I was...
Silverman.
What?
You're in the book Train Spotting?
Yes.
Described as a Silverman.
Yeah, Silver came up to me. Janet Jackson, when I was busking on Dam Square, Janet Jackson put money in my hat.
There you go. You can't complain about a Jackson family.
Yeah, well.
Good drop.
2.5 guilders, which was about £1. But what I should say to you was I saw Janet Jackson. She had not so much bodyguards, but she's Janet Jackson, and she had about 3 or 4 people.
Yeah, they're keeping an eye.
But one of them was Jeffrey Daniels. And have you heard of Jeffrey Daniels before? He used to be in a band called Shalimar. And Jeffrey Daniels was the first person to do moonwalk on British television on Top of the Pops.
Wow.
Jeffrey Daniels was a good dancer. So he was a person that came up. But Janet Jackson saw me, and basically they all had a word with, well, he's dancing. And Jeffrey Daniels came up. But Janet Jackson saw me dance, and she gave me some cash. Going to the opera with Nick Nicholas. Oh, Nick Nicholas. I've never been to an opera. This is going back to Wellington 92. And there was some acid. And because my costume was an evening suit, black evening suit, white shirt. And don't forget, when Nick was on, do you remember his story about he was trying to get a ticket for the Grateful Dead? And he was doing a show outside the concert to try and get a ticket. And he's doing the escape. So he's got the straitjacket on, he's covered in chains, and someone is coming up to him with an acid tab. And they're going to put it into his mouth. Can you believe it? And so Nick goes to the audience, whoa, if I swallow that acid tab, will someone give me a ticket? And someone came out, put a ticket into that, and Nick swallowed the acid tab while he was, that is brilliant. Yeah, but I didn't know that. Anyway, I have never been to an opera, and I went up to Nick. I went, "Do you fancy going to the opera? It'll be an experience." I went, "Yeah, sure." So Nick went out and hired an evening suit. So we're just about to go off for a night at the opera. We both take an acid tab. We're going to the opera, and in the opera house, it just had the stalls and a big balcony. But the balcony was a big, huge circle. And it was a kind of big, huge circle that we had the last 2 seats right at the end of the front row of the circle. So basically, everyone could see us. We're tripping off our nut. And guess what? Out of 2,000 people, we were the only 2 people wearing evening suits.
The working classes going to this place, eh?
Pardon?
Said the working classes trying to fit in.
And Nick actually hired an evening suit, and I had an evening suit, and we were the only two people out of 2,000 that had evening suits on. And it just so too happens we were the only two people that were on acid as as well. That was an
Wow,
experience.
that's what you suspect. You're not sure of that one, but definitely.
Opera, Barcelona. Oh, I told this story. I told this story to Finlay about 5 or 6 weeks ago, and it blew him out of the water. And he was still talking about it the next again day. I was in Barcelona in 1988, and I was. What's the expression? I went to see a man about a dog. Right, so it's about 12 o'clock at night, and it's not the centre of town. Maybe it's about the Leith of Barcelona, right? I'm out seeing a man about a dog, and I bump into this German guy.
When he says the Leith of Barcelona, what he means by the Leith of Barcelona is he means quite a poor area, essentially. Yeah,
Yes.
I just trying to give context to that. Yeah.
Not gentrified, and what are you doing there at 12 o'clock at night? That sort of thing. But I was seeing a man about a dog, and I bump into this German guy, and we hit it off. We meet the day after, and his story is he's German. He goes to Spain. He goes around the countryside and buys up old furniture from old farms, takes it back to Germany, does it up, and sells them for a fortune. Anyway, that's what he did. Bumped into this German guy in Barcelona in 1988. I'm in Sydney, in King's Cross, in 1992. King's Cross is the centre where everything happens. And again, it's about 12 o'clock. I'm seeing a man about a dog, and guess who I bump into? The guy that I met in Barcelona 4 years ago. And Finley goes, if you had taken the flight earlier, if you had left a day earlier, if you had left the pub 5 minutes before, you met the same guy 4 years after. That's incredible, Dad. That's a great story. I went, well, do you think I should tell it when I'm getting beaten? Oh, he goes, oh, yeah, you met a guy. Yeah, so I was seeing a man about a dog in King's Cross 4 years later, and I bump into a guy that I met 4 years before. But let's go back to performing. Grace Jones. Grace Jones asked me up on stage to dance for her.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was actually you were dancing so well on the floor that she wanted to see you up there.
No, she was performing in Amsterdam. I made my way to the front. She finished the song, and I shouted, Grace, I'm a dancer. Can I dance for you? And due respect to Grace Jones, she went, yes, come up and dance for me. And I got up on stage. And because it was Amsterdam, been there for 8 years, half the audience went, whoa, Silver. So I was recognized. But anyway, Grace Jones asked me to come up and dance. I've been on a yacht in the south of France with Whoopi Goldberg. Do you know the band The Black Crows?
Before you go on, tell the story of being on a yacht in the south of France with Whoopi Goldberg.
No.
Yeah, kind of briefly.
No,
is it very brief? It's not exciting.
I did the Cannes Film Festival. This is a bit of advice for all you street performers out there. I went, and for 6 years in a row, I went down to the Cannes Film Festival to work, and it's in May. No one goes there. No one goes there. If you're a serious performer, blah, 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 you don't go to the Cannes Film Festival. The reason is it's on the beach. You've got two people. You've got people in bikinis and trunks, and then you've got big film stars in evening suits, street performer. Ugh. So it's not a great place to go to make cash. But because I'm a traveler, I want to go there. I did the Cannes Film Festival 6 years in a row and started to make friends there. Now, I'm sure there's better festivals, be in Dam Square, Covent Garden in May. But I went to the Cannes Film Festival, and that's where I learned how to work. I learned how to work terraces, because you've got to work the terraces, because it's not that good for street busking. At certain times, yes, but I had to learn how to work the terraces. So I'm in the south of France. I think it was a Jonathan Ross show. Someone came up to me, Jonathan Ross, BBC, we would like you to be on the yacht. I went, yeah, sure. And can you be there for 5:30? I went, yeah, sure. And she said, I'll see you there at 5:30. I'm fine. I went, but for how much? Oh, no. We don't pay. We just want interesting people on the boat. I went, that's me out. I'm not, but I got paid 50 quid. But she was looking for interesting characters to be on the boat, and I'm like, yes, but are you paying me? No. Well, I'm not interested. We'll give you 50 quid. And I said hello to Whoopi, and I was on the same boat as Whoopi Goldberg. You've heard of Arthur Daly?
I know the name. I'm not going to put him particularly in. I can't give a context to him too much now. You know,
it used to be a very popular program called Minder.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
George
70s cop show. Yes.
Yeah, and Arthur Daly, Arthur Daly, legend, and Arthur Daly was one of Minder, which was shown in Australia. It was a very popular program. They made a second series, and when the Minder, forget the guy's name, Dennis Waterman, left, they started a new series. And my girlfriend at the time lived in Fulham, and she was an actress. And for 3 years, that was my girlfriend. And she got involved. She got bits in the new series of the program.
The Minder.
Yeah. So I found myself in the most surreal experience of lying in bed with my girlfriend, and she's going, "Oh, I need to rehearse. Can you help me with my lines?" I went, yeah, sure. So I'm in bed, probably with a fat one and all that, and I've got the script there, and I'm going, "You're all right, love. Your Uncle Arthur will see you okay." I was Arthur Daly. I was Arthur Daly. That was mental, man. I'll help you out. So she was in Minder, and I used to help her with the script, and I used to play Arthur Daly. I think that's quite a good claim to fame.
Very interesting.
Yeah, so I was Arthur Daly.
We're now at 3:15. So I'm going to ask you what are the best stories you have that you want to finish with, and after that I've got where I want to finish this interview. But what are the best stories you have now? Out of the list you have, what are the best ones you want to
say? Compliments. I've had 2 or 3 big compliments. One of them, I'll do this quickly. Barcelona, it was 5 to 10 at night. I had done my busking during the day, went to the square. I had counted up. I was sitting with a drink, and suddenly I went, "Oh, that's a show. It's 5 to 10. I can do a show." So I very quickly went, "Yeah, I'm going to do a show." At 10 o'clock, went out to the square. At 10 o'clock, I pushed play. Showtime. By 10:30, I was walking back to my chair, walking back. And as I was walking back, this busker who was doing the terraces with his guitar, beard, English. And I could see that he was a busker. He could see that I was a busker, and we were walking past, and he just stopped, looked me up and down, and went, "Are you one of those buskers that travel the world?" And I went, "Yeah." And he just walked off. And that was the way that I see it. But from his, if you look at from his point of view, he's just done a kill about 200-300 people, and he came up to me. He looked me up and down. I went, "Are you one of those buskers that travel the world?" And all I could say was, "Yeah." And he walked off. I thought that was a good compliment. How to finish?
So, Silver, I've got something to finish with. If
Yes.
can I, do you have? Is there something you really want to say? If you really want to say it, I'll sit back and allow you to say it. If you really want to say it. Otherwise, I think I have a good finish for us.
Okay. What would you like me to finish on?
So, you're not a busker now, yeah?
No, I'm more of a festival performer.
Yeah. So, when did that happen? When did you stop being a busker?
When I moved back to Edinburgh, I moved to Bordeaux. Finlay was born in Bordeaux, 1999.
Can I ask you a favour, Graham? I think this is a
Yes.
really important story. Can I just ask you just put your notes down for a moment and just
Yes.
let's get focused for this one, you know? So when did you stop being a busker?
When I stopped doing the streets for cash,
Yeah,
maybe
like when would you
about
stop describing yourself as that?
about when I was about 45.
And why?
Why? Because when I moved to Bordeaux, moved back to Edinburgh, I went back to how I started. I was a Silverman in a shop doorway, guaranteed money. It was guaranteed. It was not that. But for some reason, out the blue, and this is after 2008 and the financial crash, I've moved back. And for some reason, the cash just dropped. And instead of going home with a big wad of cash, I was going home and nothing. And I'm sitting there, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? What is my next move? And I remember speaking to Joanna going, all I know is the street. I've known the street for 30 years. So what I did was I went to college for a year, got an HNC in social care, and started to work with people on the street because that's what I knew. So I began to have a career. I worked with people that were on the street, but I had to
And
study for a
and
year.
and so you went back and you did the show you did when you were younger in Princes Street. And you
Yes.
weren't doing the big circle show. You went and did the sidewalk show. Because I assume it wasn't feasible to do the circle show in Edinburgh all year round.
No, because there's no amplification allowed up the high street.
And so that's really what did you out of doing the shows, so to speak.
Yes.
So you went back. Okay. And did you find when you went into social work after working on the street for so long, did you find it was a natural fit?
A natural what?
Fit.
Yes, because once I began working with people on the street and I'd be working in a hostel or in an office, these people would come in and they would make a beeline for me. There would be 5 or 6 staff, but they would go, "You look as if you know what you're talking about." And I was working with people on the street, and that's what I did. And it got to me in the end. But yes, I had to make a choice. And
where do you feel now as an artist? You're performing in the Edinburgh Fringe, and that's kind of that's your home now. Like when I see you work every year, and I do see you work every year, and I enjoy it every year.
Yeah.
I see you work in the Fringe, and I assume that's the only place you're working now. Is that kind of accurate?
No. Yes, basically, I get asked to do festivals. I perform at Glastonbury. Haggis invites me. I do Glastonbury. There's 1 or 2 other festivals that I get invited to, but it's mostly festivals. And I'm off the street. I'm too old. I'm 57. I'm not going to go out there at 3 degrees and I've got to make my rent and all that shit. I'm finished with that. I've done my time. So basically, I'm more of a festival performer. And yes,
Are you happy?
I wake up, I find myself with a beautiful house, with a beautiful wife, and I ask myself, how did I get here? Talking heads.
So I'm gonna tie this interview up now, just because I think you've said so many interesting things. So I just the last thing. What do you have to say for the people who will busk in the future? You know, in 50 years, people might listen to our conversation.
Right.
They might be buskers. What would you say to people?
Oh, I can't go 50 years in advance, but what I will
Well, just if you had to say something, you know,
go for it. It's absolutely brilliant,
yeah.
and you will discover yourself. You will have highs and lows, and I always think that when you bail, that means you stop a show. It's not like a normal job where if you can't do it, you phone the foreman, you phone your supervisor. But when you're in front of 100 people and it doesn't work, you are your heart is hurt, your soul is hurt, your ideas didn't work, your personality didn't work. You are putting your soul on the line and the show's come off. But when you bail, that means your personality didn't work, your ideas, your heart. And when you come off, I think it's a bit like therapy, being counseled and going, well, that was really bad. It really hurt you. And it was an inside thing. It wasn't physical. It was a mental thing. And if you go out and do it again, it will make you stronger and it will be better. And when you bail, it's your soul, it's your ego, it's your head. Oh, and I think it's a bit of therapy. And go out and do it again, and it will make you a bigger, stronger, better person.
What a great piece of advice. I can see you looking at your notepad.
Yeah. Can I just say one more thing?
Of course you
can.
And
this is for people that do the street. Finlay is waving a bit of paper in front of me. Matt's just trying to tap.
I will just say, Finlay, I remember watching Finlay do a street show when you were like 11 years old. Young Finlay. Drag him in for 1 second.
We'll see it.
Drag young Finlay in.
Come on, because we're just about finished, Finlay. All right. Oh, yes.
Hey.
How are we?
Young Finlay, I saw you doing a street show when you were 11 years old in the Diablo.
No, that was quite an experience. I done a breakdance show with my dad when I was like, I think 11 or 12. That was quite good. Quite enjoyed that. But it's quite cool having a performer as a dad, I guess. A dad as a performer, sorry. It's quite good.
You got a good dad, eh, mate?
Yeah.
It's almost like this was prepared.
Look at this.
No, this is a story. Guy Collins, about 2 or 3 years ago, said to his big brother, who's an accountant or he's an estate agent, and he went, would you like to go to Glastonbury? And he went, oh, get me for the kids, Glastonbury Rock Festival. Oh, he was so excited. He goes, oh, wicked. And Guy's big brother went to Glastonbury. He spent 4 days there. He had the time of his life. And Guy and his big brother are driving back home. And then Guy said to his big brother, so, what did you think of Glastonbury? Did you have a good time? He went, oh, I really enjoyed it. I saw such a band. But I was backstage. I was hanging about with all the performers. I talked to them for 3 days. And for 3 days, they told me everything. And I talked. But in 3 days, not one person asked me what I did for a job. It was all me. So Guy's big brother got a T-shirt made with me. I went, oh, that's brilliant. Can I get one? So Guy gave me a T-shirt that says me. And I lost it. And this morning, I made this T-shirt specially for the show. And it was Guy's big brother going, I talked to all the performers for 3 days, but not one of them asked me what I did for a living because it was all me.
Tell us now, anyone else who's done an interview so far, have any of you had a T-shirt prepared from the beginning of the interview and then at 3 hours and a half, you release the the prepared T-shirt?
Because it's not going to plan. But I thought Guy's Big Brother's point was such a good point. Not one performer said, "So what do you do?" It was all me, me, me. And he got a T-shirt made. And this is
I will say this very, very quickly. I mean, from interviewing a lot of people, I have a theory on this.
Mm-hmm.
Is that when you're a performer, when you get the accolades, and people ask you, "Oh, so who are you and what do you do?" There's a culture of an exceptionalism. No one admits, "Oh, well, I did something slightly more complex than the guy before me," but really, it's only slightly. No, people say, "Oh, well, I created this." It's exceptional, and I think that's where the me, me, me comes from. Is that people are trained to feel like they're exceptional because that's what the market wants. You know?
And can I end on two big compliments that a performer knows when it's a compliment? One of the biggest compliments a performer can have, and it used to happen to me a lot, not so much, but if your front row is full of performers, you can't get a bigger compliment than that. If you're at a festival and your front row is performers, that is such a compliment. And what's happened once or twice in the last 4 or 5 years in Edinburgh, I've had complete strangers, and they're always Japanese or Chinese, and they've come up to me and went, "Silverman, legend, legend, Silverman, legend, legend, Living Space, legend, Silverman, legend," which is great. But if I'm doing one show a year, I want to be on the top of my game. So what happens is I go out and do a show. I've got about 10, 12 performers who's heard of Silver from Japan, Korea. They've all got their video cameras on. They've all got their tech faces on, and they're concentrating. And that's a compliment. And my position now is...
Compliment an obstacle?
Well, if you don't keep doing something, you lose a bit of your edge. And I don't want to be ending up like I used to be a great footballer, but now I'm 50. I still play football, but not as good as I was. I would like to end good and not become a has-been and, "Oh, that's not very good." But to have people come up and go, "Legend, legend," you go, "Fuck's sake, man, thanks very much." And then you've got about 10 people in your front row before there's anyone else there like that, and they've got their video cameras. And that happened the last time I went to Amsterdam. On the Leicester plane, I had four video cameras on me before I even stepped out onto the pitch. And anyway, that's a big
no. This is interesting though. Is that an obstacle?
Not when you're at your top of the game, no.
Because like when you're playing front row, there's nothing I hate more than having to pretend to play. You know, when's a performer there, you're kind of pretending to play because they know what's kind of going on. They don't have the excitement of a layperson. You don't have the same interaction as a layperson. So if your front row is all performers waiting to watch you perform, you're dead in the water in terms of playing your front row.
But you don't play to your front row. You've got people behind you. You're building an audience. Those performers are all they're sitting down. They've got their video cameras up. They're not standing there with a shopping bag. They're at a festival and they've gone to see a performer that they've heard about for years, and they're in the front row and they're all sitting down. No. That's a time to shine. I don't see that as an obstacle. I see it as a compliment, and I see it as I'll show you why you're all sitting there. I take it as a compliment and a stroll in the park, and it's just a nice thing to see. But when you have to, legend, and you've done one show in 1 year and you've got 10 people going like that, I find that pressurizing now. I can still do it.
The reason why it's so pressurizing is like no one on the planet, nobody is tight as they are doing a show every day when they're doing a show 4 days a year. Nobody.
And
And that's the challenge you've got, you know. That's the challenge you have now.
yes, but street shows are different to stage shows. So when I come on stage at Glastonbury, I've got half an hour and I kick ass, I rock the house, I don't have to build an edge. I know what I'm doing, I've got a routine. I'm hired because my work's good, it's good for Glastonbury. I'm a wee bit edgy, I can be this, I can be that. And that's what me and Tony, I got Tony a gig at a big, huge festival, and it was, that is what we need, Silver. We need someone to push a button and then we walk out on stage. And can I just tell you, the only argument, I've known Tony for 30 odd years, we've had one argument. We discuss a lot, we've had one argument. And this goes back to the beginning of Covent Garden, about when shows, a good show was a good show because of what happened, right? Now, Tony, anarchy, bit of a squatter, bit of a rebel, a bit like myself. But the fact is, Tony was staying in a squat. I was staying in Hackney paying rent. Now, I'm at the pitch. Tony is sitting there, and he is actually not hassling me. He is arguing about me wanting money to pay the rent. And he's going, Silver, you've got it all wrong. It's all about the show. It's all about the show. But Tony, I agree. It's all about the show. Yeah. It's got nothing to do with the hat. It's what you come up with, and it's the quality of the show that counts. I went, yes, but Tony, when I'm paying the gas bill, do you think I'm going to phone up the gas people and go, listen to this? That's worth 40 quid. And when I pay my telephone bill, do I pay it with an applause? No, I pay it with money. So I'm here to make money, and I need to make money doing shows. Oh, it's not about making money, it's about the show. So you see, there was such a strong culture of, it's not about the money, it's the show. A good show is a good show when something happens and all that. And I was in that boat. I still am, but I had bills to pay. Tony had no bills to pay, and
a lot of us do, you know.
And I'm getting slagged because I've got to pay £60 rent, and I'm there to make cash. And oh, you're wanting money from your show? Yes, I want money from my show. That's why I'm here at 8:15 in the morning.
But is that not the battle of the artist? You know, the battle of the artist in the modern day is the battle between being commercial and being true to your vision. To what
I think the word you're looking for is corporate. 20 years ago, street performing was not corporate. Now it's corporate. It's business.
Yeah.
And
I mean, do you think that you played your part in a small way as a violin in a 50-piece, you know, violin orchestra? You played your part in making it commercial, just through being in that community, you know, honing the shows and making them better?
Not making it commercial, because I didn't have a commercial act. I had a kind of unique kind of act. So I didn't
but not you personally, but you were involved in the community you were at the back of the pitch, streamlining the shows.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
So were you part of that thing, that era that created the formula, created the commercial?
Yes.
Yeah.
When it all came together, it became more structured. The rules were beginning to become more clear. There was new people that had never done a street show that learned the rules very quickly and became successful and doing generic shows. And can I just finish on the word hack? Your first 3 or 4 interviews, you were talking about hack, and you are so hacked off that you've got a hack finale. And you don't like it. No. I've got 2. The most extreme hack is, there's a guy called Colin Underwood from South Africa. You know, in the high street down the bottom, you've got the 2 telephone boxes, right? So
this is in Edinburgh, the bottom of the Royal Mile in Edinburgh.
Yes, and it's about 10 years ago, and here's this guy called Colin Underwood from South Africa, and he just comes up to me, "Hey, Silver, can I just say thanks a lot? I got 5 years really good work out your act in South Africa." I went, "What?" I went, "Oh, yeah. I did your whole act for 5 years in South Africa and made really good cash." And my only response was, "Well, am I getting 20%?" That was.
Well, I tell you, I'll be honest with you right now. I have a routine in my show, which is a Western routine with a kid, where a kid gets sprayed with a water bottle. And for many, many years, I felt like that was a really original routine. I felt really good about it. I was like, of course, I've wrote this original routine. And then I sat and watched your show for the second time.
Yeah.
Many, many years after I watched it, the first time we talked about where you did the "My dog is dead" routine.
Yeah.
And when I watched it the second time, I was like, oh dear. I've kind of, and then I thought back and I remembered I watched your show and I went back to London and kids went in suitcases, people got sprayed with water pistols, and I wasn't hacking your show, but there was no question that I was testing your material.
Right.
There was no question that. I went home and I played with it just to understand it and to try and figure it out because I loved it and I really appreciated it.
Yeah.
And I don't do it to this day. The work I do now is very different from your work, but there is no question that I watched your work, I was blown away, and I went back home and I played with it.
Right.
What the fuck do we talk about creativity with that? Because I didn't hack you up in the end, but I did definitely play with stuff.
Right. Well, I've got a very good story just to back you up, and it involves a performer called Ben Langley. Right.
Oh, I will say it's Ben Langley.
Yes.
Before you go on, was in the comments earlier on. Ben Langley actually asked me to pass you a message, and I wasn't going to say it during the interview.
He's asking for the £2.50 I own.
Yeah, well, that might have been mentioned, but I believe the phrase was "Silver, I miss you!" !
Oh, no.
And Ben Langley will be on the interviews very soon. If anyone would like to listen to Ben, he will be here at some point in the next few weeks.
But going back to performing and coming up with ideas, Ben had a Samsonite suitcase, and he used to start his show on the West Piazza Covent Garden with the cobblestones, and he'd go right to the end, and he would run like hell as if with his Samsonite, as if it was a surfing board, and run, and then suddenly jump on his suitcase flat, and he would be floating across like this, right? 4 years later, I'm in Salzburg, and I'm sharing a pitch with a 20-year-old kid. I'm sharing a pitch with a young performer, and he's got a Samsonite suitcase. He runs to the edge, and he jumps on it, and he's on his belly on this moving suitcase doing that, right? And the first thing he says when he comes off, he went, "Bet you've never seen that before, Silver." Went, "Oh, but 4 years ago, it was a guy called Ben Langley, and he used to do it." So there's certain ideas that people can come up with in different countries that are unique to them, and they think it's unique and it's never been done before. And his face when he found out that, there was a guy, Ben, that was doing it 4 years ago. But to that 20-year-old kid, he came up with the idea and he's doing it.
And for him, it was original, you know. I mean, for me and you, it's a slightly different thing. I mean, I did look at you and I went and emulated and understood. I learned by playing with what you had. And I did do that. And, you know, I'm not going to lie about it now. I strive to original now, but I was trying to understand. But this thing you talked about before with like the same things happening in different places.
Yeah.
I've had this thing with so many other acts where I've come up with a line and I'm really happy with the line. And then I watch someone else's show and I'm like, oh, that's quite close. And then I talk to them, they're like, oh yeah, I've been doing that 7 years. I was like, well, I've definitely never seen you do that before, so I've not fucking hacked you.
Mm-hmm.
But there is this similarity of material, and
Yeah.
it's so interesting. I mean, for us as well. I mean, I don't feel like I've robbed you by experimenting with that playful bits of material. Maybe I shouldn't have done it. Maybe it's not the best thing artistically for me to have done that. But there's no question that I'm a better performer now from
But
watching
can
your
I
work
ask you a
and
question?
experimenting with it and understanding
Yeah,
it.
but can
Yeah,
I
yeah,
ask you a question?
yeah.
Did you start squirting kids with water after you saw my show, or did you do it first and then saw me do it, but
No, no.
on a different
It
level?
wasn't the squirting kids thing wasn't conscious. So that came from something else.
Right,
So the suitcase, I saw you do the suitcase, and I played with the suitcase for a
right,
while. And it's not part of my show, but there was no question that I loved when I saw your work
right.
first.
But
I was
there's
blown away. I was amazed by it, and so I went away to
uh-huh.
London, different city, and I played with it.
Mm-hmm.
The squirting the kids the water came from. I saw a clown about 15 years ago in Edinburgh,
Yeah.
and she turned around and she had a little tiny like a perfume bottle of water with a tiny hole in it, and she went, and turned around to a wall and started pissing on the wall. And she was doing walk by, and people kind of looked a bit funny, and it was this kind of like very slight gag. But I thought there's a real strong effect in that, you know. And so I started trying to figure out how I can get a kid to sit with me and piss a bottle of water.
Uh-huh.
And so from there, it naturally became this kind of Western routine, you know, where you set up and you develop. And it wasn't like I was thinking about your routine, but then when I sat and watched your routine after, I was like, there is no question in my mind that when I watched you do that, that when I'm sitting and planning this routine out, the fact that information's there
Uh-huh.
is you know is the reason the routine became what it was. If I hadn't watched you, I have no question I probably wouldn't have developed it in the way I did.
Right.
So am I hack? Am I hack with that? I mean, I definitely didn't sit there and copy it. It evolved, but it only evolved because I saw you.
Well, that's good. Take that as a compliment.
Yeah. Well, it
And
is very much so.
yes, yes. Now, there's one or two things before we finish that I need to get out of the way, and it's so important,
Yeah.
and it's all to do with street performing, right? There are certain because the way the interview's gone, it's been free, it's been natural. It should have been in chronology, but it hasn't happened. But there's two or three things that I need to talk about, and they're very important. One is Peruvians. Way back in about 1990, Peruvians were today's statues. They were everywhere, every town, every city. And you've heard
Can we just say just in let's give more context before we start talking about Peruvians, because you're not talking about a Peruvian tourist. You're not talking about someone going, "Hi, I'm Peruvian. I want to learn about the area." You're talking about a specific thing. It's a music act, yes?
Peruvian bands.
Explain the music act. I mean, I can, but you know, it's your story. Explain what Peruvian bands are.
Peruvian bands generally come from Peru and play Peruvian music. Peruvian music is the panpipes and a bit of chanting, but they took it to the extreme. And okay, Peruvians were the panpipes, but they became a problem. They became a plague in every single city, in every city, town in Europe. And the thing about the Peruvians is they always had a massive PA. Their PA was that big, it needed a generator. So Peruvians were everywhere. And they were.
Oh, was I correct in thinking at one point the government in Peru had some kind of fund for because that much money was coming in from the bands that they would pay people, the government, to go out there and do it.
No, that was my. I'm claiming that I used to say I'm sure all over Peru there's adverts going. If you want to make money, go and play panpipes in Europe. It got to the point where in Switzerland there was 3 Peruvian bands in the same town. Generator, PA, and it's got to the point where the Peruvians The Peruvian bands now are dressing as red Indians with red Indian headdresses, and I've seen Peruvians with dress as red Indians playing didgeridoos. And what happened was they would all sell CDs, and they were actually taken to court. And in Switzerland, it got into the papers, and I was in Switzerland at the time it happened. What happened? It was a big scam. Every Peruvian band, there were talking about three in Zurich, three in all over Europe, they were selling the same CD, and they were taken to court because people that were paying their 10 quid for their CD thought it was a band they saw. No, every band from Stockholm to bloody Melbourne were selling the same CD, and it was a scam, and they were taken to court. And I've got a story about Dave McSavage, right? We like Dave McSavage. So I'm on the Liza plane. It's 10 o'clock. I haven't seen Dave in a year. And Dave McSavage was a one-man band with the drum on the back, with the mouth organ, with that, and everything like this. And it goes, oh, Silver. So I went, hey, Dave, how's it going? Great to see you. It was a great catch-up. And I've not seen Dave in a long time. And Dave is really fucked off. I mean, so what happened? And you're like, well, instead of coming to Europe, because he's from Ireland, and he made the specific decision of going, well, instead of going to Paris, Amsterdam, going to Germany, what I did was I went up to Norway and Sweden, and I decided to play all the small towns. Guaranteed money, guaranteed that. Guess what, Silver? Every fucking town in Norway and Sweden had a Peruvian band. And today's Peruvians are today's statues. Statues are everywhere. And statues.
Well, it's interesting you say that. Like, let's be clever about this case.
I thought you were wanting to end this interview. I'm trying to finish.
I do, but I'll be honest. Like, I'm drinking the wine. And you said interesting things, and I can't help but keep
finish
talking.
it. Like statue.
Oh, fuck you finishing this. Fuck you. I'm going to talk about this now. Okay.
Okay.
So what's interesting about this? Because I've written an article about the statues. The statues you're talking about the Romany statues, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. So isn't it interesting that you have two different eras, two different pervasive, and by that I mean they're everywhere, traveling forms of performers, and both of them are from an economically compromised situation.
Yeah.
You know, the Romany guys are from the poorest, most disaffected community in Europe, and they find a cheap gimmick, which is I'm going to dress in some silly thing with this floating Yoda gimmick. Yeah. It's repeatable. They can take it anywhere in the world, and so what happens is these poor, disparate people, they go to cities and they make money, and it becomes this big little McDonald's street performance growth industry.
Yes.
That's what I see the Romany floating Yoda statues as. And I don't think that's necessarily that bad. I think we should encourage them, and hopefully in generations to come, they make more complex work. But we have different opinions of that. But it seems like I get a sense of the Peruvians with your era's version of that.
That is exactly what I'm trying to get across. Yes, the Peruvians were a menace. They were everywhere. And now it's the statues today. And the statues have got such a menace that in Rome, you couldn't turn a corner without seeing two centurions. And it got to the point where there were that many, the city council of Rome went, you're destroying the streets. There's too many. They're on every effing corner. So they got banned. The statues got banned. And I remember, let's say 92, 93, that in Paris, there was a collection. You would go to the Trocadero. I used to do shows at the Trocadero, do shows at Saint Michel, do shows at Montparnasse. I used to travel about. And every pitch, there was a golden statue sphinx sort of thing. Statue sphinx, right? Gold costume, sphinx is the cat, but a pharaoh, gold costume, just standing there, gold at this. And basically there was 14 of them. and they were all dropped off at 7 o'clock in the morning and picked up at 7 o'clock at night, and the cash was taken off them. That's how big the statues got.
Oh, mate, that's how it is now. Nowadays, the statues that work the Yoda things, they do get the money collected off them at the end of the day.
So
but
that still happens.
my big argument, it still happens, 100%
Right.
it still happens. But my argument for it, when people say, oh, that's wrong, my kind of devil's advocate is, well, you're not moaning about McDonald's. At McDonald's, they don't give their staff 20% of the day's take.
No.
You know, but yet you're willing to moan on the smallest man in the pile, which is your Romany statue. You're not willing to moan about McDonald's or Starbucks or, you know, any of those other things.
Yes. But you are putting major international companies and you're comparing them to individuals that are making money on the street.
Oh no, I'm comparing them to organizations. If they're dropping people off in the morning, if they're picking people up, it's an organization. It's kind of like a company, but it's just a black market company.
Yeah.
You know? Is that necessarily more wrong? I don't know. You know. Do you know what the interesting about this is? Right, is that I wouldn't have been able to street perform. I would never be a street performer to this day if we would have had licensing. And there's people who. Like I talked to David, and David believes that there's a lot of people like it seems we both. David Shiner, I talked to him a few days ago. Yeah. And one of the things he talked about was that he said there was people in the street who had no business being there. And I know what he's saying. He's talking about people who aren't creating interesting artistic work, or aren't passionate, who aren't spending the time, who aren't, you know, like, even when you began. You spent 7 years dancing at home. You put a lot of work in to make yourself, you know, top level at what you did.
Yeah.
And the for example, the guys who are pretending to play panpipes to a CD, or the guys in the Float Yoda haven't done that.
No.
But to be able to have this artistic level on the street, to say like the people who don't give a shit and literally are there purely, unquestionably, just there because they want to think, how the fuck can I extract cash?
Yes.
To get rid of them, I suspect that both me, you, David Shiner, and nearly every busker I've spoken to would not have busked if that environment was in place when they began. You wouldn't have been able to walk on the side of the street and experiment. You had to apply for a license. Would you have done
that? I didn't have any money. I hadn't had a cigarette for 2 days, no food. I probably would have gone through the process of applying. But don't forget, I had to.
So would you have been able to? You had to audition in Covent Garden, but that's around your mates. You've already a performer then. You've had your experience in the street. You've got it. You know, you're not coming in cold.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you haven't eaten for 2 days, and if you're in a bad place, the last thing you can do is go, all right, well, I'm going to fill out a form in a month's time. I might go and get to try and do a show. You're not going to fucking do that. It's a result of circumstance. You go out there, you try it, and you go, oh my God, yeah, okay, I'm going to do this.
Yes.
That is a story of majority of us.
Yes.
That's not a story of people have the right coloured pens. That's the story of people who don't have the right coloured pens and go outside because they can't fucking function properly, and they find an avenue in the public sphere.
Yes.
That's gone if you have permits, mate.
There's so much control now. At the beginning of my Busker Hall of Fame, a guy goes, oh, yeah, and I remember going to the Edinburgh Festival for the first time. And basically, he told the story of he came to the Mound, hadn't been there before. I think he drove by car and basically went, hello, Silver, can I do a show? And I went, on you go. And he did a show. And he said that would probably be against the law today, just to show up and do a show. You need insurance. You need a permit. You need...
But it's not just that, mate. Like, I go to Camden, right? And I work in Camden all the time. And I don't get licensed there. I refuse to license myself in Camden. And if you don't work without an amp, you can work there. And I'll go to the guys who are licensed in the pitch and go, hey guys, can I queue up with you? And they'll go, I'm booked here for 5 hours. You can do what you want after I'm gone. Because they've worked hard. They've filled out the forms. They've gone to the audition. And they've been rewarded their 5 hours. And they feel entitled to that. And that's a very different culture from you arrive in the street, you look around, you see who's there, you see what's going on. Yeah. You work it out between yourselves and you cooperate,
Right. Well, I was asked 2 days ago by a guy called Arcus who lives in Salzburg, and that's a guy that was, I remember you and Tony were not too happy about a street performer putting an advert out going for £1,000, we'll show you how to become a street performer.
So this is, and I'm going to have this completely open with this. This is Jules, who I'm very good friends with, and I almost feel I feel like I need to swallow my words a little bit, because when the quarantine hit, I'm kind of glad that he's doing online stuff, because at least it's keeping it going. My big argument for it was that I think the best street education you can have is on the pitch.
Yes.
And and it's horrible for me to say this, but I don't want to see a lot of quite wealthy children buy their way into being on the street, because I see the street as being the last refuge for the creative person that can't function in society. It's the last chance for you to express yourself and to have some cultural identity.
And be free.
And if the rich kids take it over, like they've taken over everything else, then where the fuck is left for the people who don't function properly? You want to have a voice in culture.
Mm-hmm. I agree. But can I just finish?
Yeah, but it's difficult because you wave your paperwork at me.
I think I have to, because I'm nearly 60 and I need bits of paper. And what I want to say is I think it's very important, and it's all to do with street performing and who. One, bottlers used to be a big thing. I used to use a bottler. The compliments. Tony paid me a great compliment years ago.
Full name.
Tony living Anthony. And years ago, Lee Ross, a few weeks ago, said to you, there was a time I couldn't even watch a street show. I couldn't bear to watch a street show. Thank God he said it, because I'm saying it. There's sometimes I cannot watch a street show. But years ago, Tony went, hey, you can't watch Silver? You're the only show that I'll go out my way to go and watch. Because my first 20 minutes was just pure improv, right? So that was a compliment, but that's me just showing off. What I want to say is the people that made an impression. Covent Garden in the early days, you had a guy called Shakespeare who would spend half an hour doing the complete works of Shakespeare. And my own personal theory is, years ago, there was a very successful theatre Broadway show, the complete works of Shakespeare in 2 hours. I reckon they nicked that off Shakespeare at Covent Garden, because Shakespeare, I wasn't aware that Shakespeare was doing it in the West Piazza. I knew Shakespeare when he was doing the inside pitch, and he would do half an hour. And I reckon this 2 hours of complete Shakespeare in 2 hours, I think they nicked it off this guy. But anyway, I would like to mention Dom, Andre Vincent, Dr. Stewart, Pepe, Rob Ballard, Shandy, Andy Sinclair, Moose, and Zip and Zap. Have you heard of Zip and Zap? Dom Ferry and Zip and Zap were like.
Oh, well, I've talked to Dom a little bit, but I didn't know the work. I told yourself I'm born in '84.
Right. So would you object if I spend 2 minutes talking about one of the biggest street shows and how good they were?
Fuck me, Silver. It's 12 o'clock. We've been talking for 4 hours. 2 minutes is nothing to me. Carry on.
Zip and Zap. Absolutely amazing. A double act. They would storm everywhere. Dom speaks French. He did the Pompidou. We haven't talked about the Fat Man. We haven't talked about the Banana Man. We haven't talked about where I suddenly realised that I have become a certain level, because at the Pompidou, everywhere you've got a hierarchy, and down the bottom was the big, huge, was where the big artists did the biggest shows. And Cotton did it. There was a guy called Pony. Then after Pony, there was a guy called Kim. There was a guy that trained at Lecoq at the same time as Les Bub called Roland Swigger. He held that position for 2 years, and then Kim, and then the Fat Man used to do it up the top. And then I found myself, I was doing the bottom pitch. I was holding 300-400 people. And that, to me, that's one of my biggest achievements. Pony was there, Roland, Cotton, and there was no one else. And if I was doing shows down the bottom, and I was